All right. Hope everyone's doing well. Como andamos, como andamos. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're well rested. I hope you've eaten. I hope you've laughed. All those things. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. All right. Shout out to all of you that reminded me that a new Spidey film was out. I did not go watch it, although I contemplated. I went. Was it gonna be too hot to have my hair done? I think it is. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Yeah, it's not happening. It's too hot out here. So I contemplated going out there and watching it, but the only available seat that was reasonable was a showing for 2 a.m. And I am not staying up to 2 a.m. to watch a movie that I'm honestly not all too interested in. And so what I decided to do instead was to go and watch, well, not go, I watched it at home. Um, who knows where the hell it would be uh, playing, but I ended up watching this amazing movie. This is the cover. I really appreciate it. Gorgeous cover. Um, El by Luis Buñuel. Just man, it's an amazing movie, and the lead actor here. I mean both. I mean this is a classic type of old school poster here. Yeah, Arturo de Cordova. Man, I'm actually shocked. Although I think it's smart that they haven't tried to reboot this or what have you, not a reboot, remake this. But it's, I mean, it would be impossible to top. And then Dalia Garces, she carries the whole movie, man. So the subtle details of these old actors, you know I feel like the action was so much less back then, that just the face acting was just on point always. And just look at this gorgeous still right here. It's beautiful, man. And this food, I'm watching it and I'm like, damn, like this guy looks like Pedro Pascal. Yeah. So that's why I was saying I'm surprised they haven't tried to remake it. This scene right here, this scene right here was so good. I'm telling you, I was watching this last night, and it's just trying to calm my mind down, and man, I was blown away. This is the second Luis Buñuel movie that I've seen, film, if you will, and the first one was dope. It was cool. It felt long though. I could feel the time, which is, I guess, part of the story if you check it out. But this one, well, that one was called something angels in Spanish. I'm sorry, in English. Uh, what's it called? Hmm. I don't know what movies you made, homie. I don't care about how you look. Oh, in English, it's called The Exterminating Angel. Great cast. You can't really get a good look at it. But this one's more about like class dynamics. Really cool. But the way that it ends is it sets up, instead of examining class dynamics, examining um, the Catholic Church and just religion. Man, and that got me more hyped, right? So I watched this first. I really enjoyed it, the exterminating angel. And then, but I was actually more excited for the possibility of this concept, not to spoil anything, this concept, um, not to spoil anything from a movie from like what year? What year did this come out? 1962. But essentially, there's these millionaires or wealthy ass people, and they get trapped in one room, right? I'll just leave it at that. They get trapped in one room. And so, events occur, but at the end of the movie, you see, the setting shift and the concept be applied to a church, a Catholic church. And then the movie ends before you see, what dynamics, take part. And that left me just hooked. I'm like, I need to see that version. Now, I'm glad that I watched it in this order because El is a completely different thing. However, the Catholic, setting that I was kind of craving at the end of the Exterminating Angel was very much like fed at the start of this movie. And I don't know, like growing up, I wasn't like devout. Yeah, this is a romantic thriller. And I wasn't like a devout Catholic or anything like that. I grew up like most, um, Mexicans, or just like you're Catholic on every so often weekend. And but it's still something that is ingrained in me. I did, all the communion, baptism stuff, all that. Like I've done it. Um, but just this shot is so amazing, man. And just the turnaround was just so epic. So slow too. Certain scenes are just so slow, and I'm just like, honestly, I haven't been this at the edge of my seat at the beginning of a movie in so long. And then the way things turn out was so unexpected for me. But I've kind of forced myself to stop trying to anticipate movies, which is very hard for me. Because I'm so smart. No, because I just my brain doesn't stop. Right? Like I don't know if it's an ADHD thing where you're always trying to like resolve things, or like anticipate things. And after watching Drive My Car, which I mean, I need to sit down and watch that again because it's might be my favorite movie. Um, I've kind of learned to just pull that part of me back a little bit and really fall into the movies. And so with this, I wasn't ready for the way it was gonna go. I recommend it. I really can't recommend it enough. The ending was very chilling in a very like a heartbreaking way. Although you don't want to feel sympathetic in that moment. Yeah, there's just a lot of dynamics going on here that I truly, truly appreciate. I do like stop motion. Yeah, I do. I have Isles of Dogs that I need to watch. Isle of Dogs that I need to watch. Um, Stop motion. I wasn't a big fan of Nightmare Before Christmas because I don't really like musical numbers. But yeah, I can't recommend Elle enough. Let me just send this out here. Uh, um, uh, okay, we're good there. I mean, shout out to the people that, especially, and I know this is gonna be biased or whatnot, red pill arc and everything. Shout out to like the men out there that are not judgmental, that are willing to hear you out and listen and have a productive conversation. That's always helpful and encouraging. Especially like older men are just like, oh shit, like okay. I appreciate that. But yes, El, talking about, you know what? I mean, just look at this, man. I won't spoil what he's looking at here, which might kind of make me look bad. But anywho, um, all I'm talking about is just these stares, these like very somber kind of moments in this movie just won me over immediately. So check out El if you can. It is absolutely fantastic. I can't get over the way they just yeah, so good, man. Just watched it last night instead of going to sleep early. Jesse, appreciate that. 1.5 speed. I mean, we're gonna go like 2 point speed to watch this shit. I was going at 2 point speed and barely made it 39 minutes into this. So yeah, I mean, this is literally what we're gonna focus in on today, because all right. What's going on, chat? What's going on? Claudia says, "Oh, you're like a real cinephile." I'm not, but I'm trying to be, only because I grew up consuming too much slop, like uh, Flavor of Love, Rock of Love, The Soup. I used to watch a lot of trash, so I'm trying to even things out. You know, we have to watch Hasan and Norm. Why are we being punished? You know, Norm looks here. You know who he looks like? Let's see. Who was the Norm looks like fucking, hold on, let me see. I'll find a better photo. Doesn't Norm look in this shot like fucking Hyman Roth? In The Godfather Part 2 when they're in Cuba?
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline, like somewhere in the middle, potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti Semitic.
Hey, look, I don't have much Jewish knowledge here. Yeah. Look at that. Hasan Piker and Norman Finkelstein meeting secretly in Cuba to plan the revolution led by Zoran Hamdani. No, here's Zoran and here's Bernie. I don't know. Maybe this is Schumer and this is Bernie. And this is El Sayed. Jeez, I can't stand these people. Cannot stand these people. Oh, they're both so full of themselves, it's hilarious. They almost have like a competition here to see who's like more self-absorbed and self-aggrandizing. It is fucking comical. But I will say, and do I have it here? Uh, I feel like really misplaced things, huh? Hold on. I have no clue where it's at. Look, I've been honest since the start. The Holocaust industry is great analysis, a text that I tell people like, yeah, you should definitely be reading. However, Norm Finkelstein is without a doubt a fucking hold on, let me make sure this is not in the way here. Yeah, it's fine there. Still a Zionist. I don't understand how people don't realize that. Maybe he changes his tune here. I doubt it, but we'll see. And this up like this. I really don't understand how people have not just acknowledged that. Simplistic Linguistic Coraline is an amazing movie for sure. That one is great. Great stop motion. I don't think I've ever seen Paranorman, but it was Monster House stop motion? No, right? It was just like weird CGI. All right, all right, all right. Let's get this going over here. Yeah. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. 20% of these comments are straight up anti-Semitic for real, for real. Yeah. Should we do a goal? We'll do a 2-hour goal. How will we celebrate? Cuba trip with an Italian. Let's do this. I set a goal. I don't really like doing this, but do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button, and if you want to support the channel, super chats, super stickers, and memberships are turned on. Please check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord, where they have the unofficial book club on Saturdays, where they're currently on meditations on Fanon's Richard of the Earth. I'm going to be more proactive there. I hope people have noticed me engaging more in the Discord, jumping in on the voice calls and all that. I definitely want to participate in that a little bit more. My apologies for neglecting it. And if you want to help support the channel without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. All right. that's not a prize anyone wants. Yeah. Book Club Saturday, Meditations on Wretched of the Earth. Essay Club Sundays, Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. Shout out to Only Froggy and everyone. Just making that a space that I honestly am fucking proud of. I'll say that. That makes me uncomfortable, but I never engaged on Discord really. I think only once when I spoke to, I don't know if y'all remember, a young black content creator named Scorpio. And there was another, I think slightly older individual, but they had like a Japanese name and like anime thing going, and I can't remember what it was. But me and that individual spoke on Discord for a cool minute. I think even before I started streaming, and out of nowhere, YouTube just pulled it. Like we're talking in the middle of it, and YouTube just pulled that shit. So let's get started. Let's get started with this here. Wow.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. I glanced at that and I did not read Dandy. I'll say that much. But I agree with you. I read something else and I was like thrown off that you said that. But yeah, I think we'll go with reminds me of this right here. And this is why it's really difficult to monetize these streams, but here we go. Nah, not this one. We want the YouTube one. Here we go.
Well, I need a window seat because this flower is wilting.
Yeah, that's Norm right there. By the way, this is how embarrassing this is. You see this? Can y'all see this? It says fuck Kamala Harris. What's her name there, Elisa? Avila Chevalier. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, man. Oh, here it is. And of course, brought to you by the Creep Destinies Discord. But look at this. Fuck Kamala Harris. They're Eliza Avila Chevalier. And it's like, why do you have this? Why are you like glorifying this, right? And I'm sure this is like part of a smear campaign or whatever, because he has a New York Post, a hateful slate. He has Mamdani over here as a commie who doesn't even identify as a socialist. And it's like, bro, like, I understand, like, oh, look how they're smearing us. They're making us look like villains. One, you're not socialist, you're not communist. Two, why are you bragging about this like she didn't apologize publicly to Kamala Harris? Like, I don't know. I would feel embarrassed. I don't even know how to spell her name, bro. How do you say this? Mainly because, you know, I'm an ignorant. Oh, that ain't how you spell an American name. How do you apologizes? There you go.
Will you publicly now apologize to Kamala Harris?
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a black woman president. As a black woman, I know how much that would have meant to so many, including myself.
Will you publicly now apologize to Kamala Harris?
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize.
Bro, how cool is she, man? She said, fuck Kamala Harris, bro. She's so fucking brave. And of course, it's never enough for these fucking liberals. Destiny subreddit saying like, how dare they have these Democrats that said these mean things? I mean, we're screwed either way. But this is what I'm saying is the kayfabe, right? I think this is the work that we're experiencing. Is that the liberals call these people commies, and these national socialists that are going by democratic socialists want to feel and like big themselves up to feel like they're communists. And so they get all these smear fucking posters and ads and newspaper clippings and like, oh yeah, we're fucking badass. The establishment is afraid of us, man. And all their like nominees are bending the knee. Hell, some of them aren't even endorsed. Grant Plattner, not even endorsed by DSA, recommended, which is enough in my book. They should have denounced him completely. But like El Said, same thing. Talking shit about socialism. He may not be endorsed by DSA, but he has a cosign. And they're all rallying behind him. They're door knocking for him. Might as well. But again, they're not a party. They're just an organization, a PR organization for the Democratic Party to get the youth back into the voting booth for blue no matter who. Let's get to this because this is fucking embarrassing, man.
Finkelstein. I'm very excited to have him here today. Norm Finkelstein is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You're right.
Okay, so just a heads up. It's going to sound fast when Hasan speaks, but he speaks pretty slow anyways. I'll take it down to 1.76. We'll do 6.5. We'll do 6.5. Because of norm. Because of norm. All right.
Rocking the Yeezys. Wow, that's cool.
But not Yeezys.
Okay.
Fake $20.
All right. Hold on. And we're going to be talking about your book, Gaza's Gravediggers: An Inquiry into Corruption in High.
Do you think he's really rocking the Yeezys, or that was a subtle joke, Kanye joke there? We'll slow it down for the intro.
Today, Norm Finkelstein is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You're rocking the Yeezys. Wow, that's cool.
But not Yeezys.
Okay.
Fake $20.
All right. Hold on. And we're going to be talking about your book, Gaza's Gravediggers: An Inquiry into Corruption in High Places. This is the maiden interview for your book, right? As we said. Also, you got to come closer to the microphone and like speak really directly into it. Unfortunately, these microphones have very they're very sensitive. They have a high noise gate, so you got to get really up close and personal with it if you don't mind.
Question: has Hasan Piker had another author, a Palestinian author, about their work, about their book? I mean, I've had a podcast had Muhammad Al-Kurd, right? So surely Muhammad Al-Kurd has been on Hasan Piker's show, because Perfect Victims is a fucking masterpiece. No, he has not had. Has Hasan Piker? I know he had that one film that violated BDS, that was about the West Bank, and I know that he had them on, but that was like it was just like a weird situation because they're working with liberal Zionists. So again, my question is, what Palestinian author has Hasan Piker had on to promote their work, their books? That's all I'm asking. Oh yeah, No Other Land. Yeah, I didn't watch it. Just never got around to it. But there's a couple of films I need to catch up on to begin with. So it's just always interesting that he's always like kissing ass to Jewish people, to liberal Zionists. Norm Finkelstein is a liberal Zionist. I don't understand why that is so hard for people to like grapple with. He had to, right? Suzanne? Apollo? He had to have her on, right? No, he didn't have her on. He just like covered the situation.
So I'm getting a lot of requests.
Why wouldn't you have her on, man? It's just these weird decisions. But yeah, sure, Norm. Let's hear what the Jewish guy has to say for sure.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people, or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
All right. Norm Finkelstein's in the book, in the building. Gaza's Gravediggers is the book, and I am really excited. This is. I'll be frank and upfront and honest with you. I have been very nervous about this interview.
Oh, brother. You know, and I can say this from experience. When you're a fan of somebody, it's understandable to be nervous. Or when you're in experience, it's understandable to be nervous. For example, when I interviewed Carla from Cespedes, I was nervous because this is an actual organizer and I don't want to waste their time. And it was my first time really conducting an interview like that. So I was nervous. When I spoke to FD Signifier, I wasn't nervous. If there was any nervous energy, it was like trying to restrain myself from like getting too aggressive or, you know, being disrespectful and stuff. trying to engage in an honest manner. And so I was like restraining myself, right? When I spoke to Dr. Ball, I was for sure nervous. Like if you watch that conversation at the beginning, I'm like talking so fast. I'm like really animated because Black Liberation Media, like I was watching everything that they were dropping. So I was nervous about that one for sure. I mean, my plan, Dr. Ball was on my like top 5 people that I want to have a conversation with. But back then I was thinking long term, like when I hit 10K, I'll start hitting people up to show them like, hey, like I'm not trying to like steal clout. I'm not trying to like co-op anything. I'm just doing my own thing and want to incorporate other people with it and have constructive conversations. And to FD's credit, he was like, dude, just hit him up. Like, it's not a big deal. You're overthinking it. And I did. And, you know, we've had great conversations. But I was nervous because I actually admired what Dr. Ball has been doing, the work that he's been doing, his analysis. But one of the things that made me admire Dr. Ball was his conversation with Norm Finkelstein. And so my question is, why the fuck would Hasan Piker be nervous to talk to Norman Finkelstein? Is he really that much of a fan? And if you're that much of a fan of Norman Finkelstein, how do you not know all the bullshit that he carries with him? One, he's a liberal Zionist, a super hypercritical liberal Zionist, but a liberal Zionist nonetheless. Two, he has smeared BDS. He has smeared some of the leadership of Hamas, right? He's spoken over Palestinians. He's tried to co-opt Palestinian slogans to make him more fucking liberal. You name it, he's done it. He's pushed for a peaceful protest. He was one of the advocates for the, you know, the March of Return, which is one thing if Palestinians are saying, hey, I'm willing to put my body and life on the line to, you know, pursue a, you know, so-called nonviolent approach. And I say so-called not to claim that there was any like violence occurring that Palestinians were carrying out, but to highlight the fact that, as Two Black has pointed out, there's really no such thing as nonviolence. And so while he was comfortable, he was advocating for this non-violent approach that just resulted with Palestinians getting maimed, permanently disabled, while he was comfortable at home. So little things like that have frustrated me about him. He's transphobic. He's anti-Black, right? And so how can you be such a huge fan of Norm Finkelstein and not at the very least acknowledge these things? To the point of you being, I'm so nervous. I can't help it. But I don't think that he's being honest. Hasan Piker is a fucking pathological liar. I think what he is doing here is that he's trying to like pad the conversation, because I think that he knows that Norman Finkelstein, you know, whatever his many faults and blind spots and outright bigotry and reactionary positions, Norman Finkelstein is, you know, doesn't put up with fools. And Hasan Piker, when it doesn't come to business and marketing himself, he is absolutely a fool. And now my question is, who read this book for him and who gave him like the notes and the questions to ask? That's my question to you, because in reality, if you're reading a book and you're preparing to have an interview, a 3-hour interview with the author, the book should not look like that. The book should not look like just with one post-it note sticking out. Bullshit. Now you can make the argument, well, maybe he read it, you know, an ebook or whatnot. But it's kind of hard to make that argument when I wouldn't even know where to find this. I totally forgot the name of the channel here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I doubt it. It was such a while ago. Y'all remember that, where Hasan couldn't name one fucking book? Just one book, please. Yeah, it's not gonna be here. Let's see. Here we go.
I read a decent amount. I don't really read as much anymore, but I did when I was growing up.
Any books stick out in your head as memorable ones?
I don't know. I have no like immediate books that come to mind. I'm also terrible at recall in general. If you ask me about any songs, for example, I can never tell you any of the lyrics. Or if you ask me about like what my favorite movie is, I have a very hard time pulling from my brain. Maybe it's because it's packed with ridiculous pieces of information about like American politics or American history or just world history in general.
Give us a ridiculous piece of information.
Okay, see, you're putting me on the spot. I'm gonna give you a ridiculous piece of information. Let me think. I'm also very jet lagged right now. I've been traveling quite a bit this past month. What's a ridiculous piece of information I can give you?
So, chat, do we think he actually read the book? Let's do a poll here. Let's do a poll. Fuck it. We'll do a poll. Did Hasan read? Did Hasan read Norm Finkelstein's book? We'll put Norm's new book. Yes, no, we'll start the poll. Is this bullying? I don't know. I don't know if this is bullying or not. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Yes, right. Simplistic Linguistic points out the fact that he literally admitted in that interview with the Irish guy that he hasn't read a book since he was young. Well, that's because he's packing it with so much information. How are we defining reading? Yeah, true. Yeah. He read it twice while doing pull-ups. He's so bad that Amy Goodman will, according to him, will not let him back on her show. You know what? That's with all honesty, Amy Goodman is in a weird place, politically speaking. So who knows what that was and the reasoning behind it. But what I will say is, Norm Finkelstein, regardless of his political positions, which are not all that radical to begin with, is a fucking unbearable, insufferable, smug asshole. So regardless of what your politics may be, if you're that type of person, people don't want to be around you to begin with. If you think you're the most fucking self-righteous individual in the room, nobody's going to want to be around you regardless of your politics. So stop. Stop making yourself out to be the fucking victim all the time. But hey, what can you expect from,
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't Settlers, Europeans. Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
White people are perpetual self-victims. Always.
I have been a huge fan of your work for many, many years. I really appreciate your resilience and your steadfast nature throughout all of the attacks that you've received throughout your career. You are someone who's very stubborn, and I see that same energy in myself as well. I try to be like that as well.
You know you're dealing with a narcissist when they're giving out a compliment and they're like, yeah, man, I just think you're so great. You're so courageous. You're so brave. You're so steadfast. You know, you're so principled. And I see that in myself too. Y'all thought the Superman thing was fucking a red flag of a narcissist? Hasan Piker said he went to go watch Superman. And he goes, yeah, Superman inspires hope in people. And it reminded me of me. Yeah. Jeez, bro. Man, it is rough out here.
And I think that's what's necessary to be able to breach this very sophisticated network of propaganda that has for many, many decades, I think, deluded many Americans, many people in the Western world into believing that Israel is the most moral nation on earth. Israel is our most important ally, the only democracy in the Middle East. And I think, and I read your book, and I saw a sense of nihilism in there as well, given the horrifying nature of the circumstances with Israel's genocide on Gaza. But I really appreciate that you have continuously pushed to uncover the truth. You are, of course, one of the most important chroniclers of the Israeli apartheid, centering the victims, and also talking about the sophisticated propaganda network. I am going to pull my questions really quickly, but I just wanted to give you that introduction first and foremost, and explain to you that I will be a little bit nervous, so I apologize.
I'm not going to do another poll. Did Hasan Piker write these questions himself? Did Hasan Piker write these questions himself? I think that's why he's nervous. Because he didn't read the book, and he didn't even write these questions himself. And you know what the sacrifice that Norman Finkelstein paid for Palestine? He was banned from the Zionist entity. Gasp. And he was denied tenure. Gasp. Can you believe it? Come on now. Come on now. I mean, he's such a fan that he has to know about this, right? He has to know about this. This was 18 years ago. Such a fan, he has to know about this here. Here it is. I am confident that I have nothing to hide, apart from my political views. I voted for Kamala
Harris. You got a problem?
Oh, that's why it's happening. Access Audio, thank you for the 2 super chats here. I don't think Hasan read any of his books. I really feel like the Holocaust Industry is an easy read. And thank you for the other super chat from someone who read the first few pages of the book. This was about the internal contradictions in IHL? Israel? I appreciate the super chat there. I didn't even know he was dropping a new book, to be honest with you. I had no idea. It makes sense. All these individuals are cashing in on the genocide of Palestinians. It makes perfect fucking sense. Peter Beinart was talking about how do we Jews see ourselves after, engaging in the extermination of Palestinians. Priorities. I'm confident that I have nothing to hide apart from my political views and the supporting scholarship. There isn't much more to say for myself. Alas, no suicide mission or secret rendezvous with terrorist organizations. I've always supported a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. I'm not an enemy of Israel. Norman Finkelstein. Oh, but that was 18 years ago. Bro, he was arguing with Mehdi Hasan a few years ago why BDS is a fucking death cult.
Well, there's no grounds to be nervous. We're discussing the facts. And
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
I don't see any rational grounds for nervousness. I think one of the peculiarities of the Israel-Palestine conflict, as compared to, say, South Africa, is South Africa never tried to make an, so to speak, intellectual case in defense of its system, for the obvious reason that once the South African struggle, say, became a center of attention in the United States, it was impossible to defend it. We had just passed through the civil rights movement, the civil rights era, and there was no rational defense for the system of apartheid in South Africa. So apart from what you might call various organizations, in general, you didn't have to make a case. Whereas in the case of Israel, they had mobilized very sophisticated, abundant resources, but also sophisticated voices. And they made an intellectual case.
How's the audio for y'all when Norman speaks? Should I raise the audio or is that fine? Chat, let me know. Let me know.
And so long as they made it, it was compelling, it was convincing, because there really wasn't. Now remember, I'm an old timer, so I'm talking about the 1970s, 1980s. There wasn't much of an organized intellectual resistance. What happened was, I wrote a book, I believe it was 2012, it was called Knowing Too Much, Why the American Jewish Romance with Israel is Coming to an End. And the thesis of the book was, more and more information was coming out about the nature of Israel and the Israel-Palestine conflict. And the information that was coming out primarily from human rights organizations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, the Israeli Center for Human Rights in occupied territories. They were all liberal sources. It's not like you could dismiss Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as anti-Semitic. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as right-wing. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as trucking in invidious Jewish stereotypes. In fact, a large portion of their staff are Jewish, including the executive director, say in the case of Human Rights Watch, it was Kenneth Roth. So, and American Jews are overwhelmingly moderate to liberal in their political sensibilities. So there came a point of what you might call critical mass. You couldn't reconcile your political, ideological convictions with the facts that were coming out. And I predicted roughly around 2017, 2012 or 2017, I can't remember. No, it was 2017. No, it was 2012.
I'm sorry, I had to do this. I have to do this. I know we're just getting started. My apologies. I'm not gonna find it. Shoot. Everyone knows that George Carlin bit where like you can't stand a certain amount of people that just it's a great George Carlin bit about when people are talking to you and they're like, no, it was like 7 years ago. No, 10. No, 15. And they just won't get on with the story. God, man. Mind you, this isn't about like a significant date. It's about when he wrote a fucking book.
2012 or 2017, I can't remember. No, it's 2017. No, it was 2012. I predicted that this American Jewish support for Israel was going to begin to go on the wane. And then came Gaza. And Gaza was kind of overload. You couldn't any longer strive as you may. You couldn't any longer ignore it. And so American Jews faced the crisis. And what I imagined would happen now, had reached critical mass with Gaza, and everything fell apart. Aside from the handful of fanatics and crazies, it was indefensible. And I think now, you can never say these things with certainty because the news cycle passes. And maybe it could return to what it was before. Fancy word is the status quo ante. But I don't think so. I think it's pretty much over, the romance between American Jews and Israel, because it's untenable. Jews are not right-wing by nature.
Yeah.
And they could not tolerate, they couldn't absorb or reconcile what was happening.
So we're gonna get into the book quickly because I feel like there are a lot of historical analogs you utilize when comparing. You start off with October 7, and you immediately in the beginning of the book, you not only document the ways in which the Israeli government engaged in atrocity, but you actually hyper focus instead on the Western media, the Western officials, the international institutions, and how they failed. You wrote the Gaza's grave diggers with the explicit purpose of documenting the institutional corruption that supported the genocide of Palestinians rather than Israel's actions themselves, though. That was a deliberate effort. You open the book referencing the fifth labor of Hercules, in which he's ordered to clean out the Augean stables filled with animal poop. This metaphor extends to the entirety of the book. Can you explain the reference to both myself and the viewers, and why do you believe it's necessary to focus the story on the institutions that insulated and supported Israel rather than Israel itself?
Well, I think that's a very...
There is no fucking way. There is no fucking possibility Hasan Piker wrote out that question. Just, I mean, call me a fucking hater. Call me what, because they come up with all these terms like schizo that they use for insults, obsessed. Call me whatever the fuck you want. There is no way this motherfucker wrote this question out. Well, look, we'll slow it down. So you can really, really just capture all the wonder in this.
Documenting the institutional corruption that support. You wrote the Gaza's grave diggers with the explicit purpose of documenting the institutional corruption that supported the genocide of Palestinians rather than Israel's actions themselves, though. That was a deliberate effort. You open the book referencing the fifth labor of Hercules, in which he's ordered to clean out the Augean stables filled with animal poop. This metaphor extends to the entirety of the book. Can you explain the reference to both myself and the viewers, and why do you believe it's necessary to focus the story on the institutions that insulated and supported Israel rather than Israel itself?
Here's why. Two reasons why. Two reasons why. Just indisputable reasons why. First being, and the most obvious, he doesn't glance at the question and ask. He's reading off the question word for word. If you wrote those questions yourself, you just glance at it and you're like, okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, and you go for it. He's glancing every time. That means you're not comfortable or you don't have a relationship with the questions, with the words on your screen. Right? They're not coming from you. So without a question for me, just that alone, just a constant looking back and forth, highlights that he did not write these questions himself. Two, and this is getting into the mind of a dude, bro. He said poop, not shit. He said horse poop, not shit. Hasan Piker will say shit 10 out of 10 times because he thinks that's funny. Somebody trying to, manage Hasan Piker's image will say poop. That's my two, magic bullets there. But let's go. Let's race it back to 2 times speed for fucking Norm Finkelstein.
I think that's a very good question. I did not attack Biden. I had some passing remarks about Mr. Blinken, nothing substantive. I certainly didn't focus much attention on Mr. Netanyahu, on his cohorts, because the simple reason is, when I wrote several books on Gaza, the record was not known. It was sort of hidden away, collecting dust in human rights reports. Even the human rights organizations, they do their research, but then there's supposed to be a second step. They're supposed to lobby on the basis of your research. The second step never came. The report simply collected dust. And so I wanted to preserve the historical record. And the purpose was because nobody had done that kind of work. I could say a large chunk of my life now sits on my bookshelves at home, with just not thousands, but tens of thousands of pages printed out of human rights reports. I wanted to document for history the record. That wasn't necessary with Gaza. Gaza now, everybody knows who wants to know. Everybody knows what's going on. And I felt to simply document the record again was a waste of time. The record is known, and also the perpetrators are known. It'll probably, in my generation, the slogan was, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? Referring to Lyndon Baines Johnson, the president during the war in Vietnam. I think Genocide Joe is going to go down also.
Yeah.
That will be remembered. So all of that seems superfluous to go through the record again.
Look, it's hard to be like, yeah, Genocide Joe's going to go down as, one of the great nicknames in history for the left. If Joe Biden would have remained in the race, Hasan Piker would have been telling you to vote for him. The same way that he was telling you to vote for Harris. Now, he didn't directly come out and endorse him in a way that liberals would have preferred, but because he knows his brand. He was still at the DNC. He was still encouraging people not to vote for Donald Trump, not to vote for third parties. What does that leave you with? What does that leave you with? Of course, to vote blue no matter who. What about Holocaust Harris? That one's pretty fucking catchy too. And you're pushing your audience to vote for her, while smearing, again, third parties.
If I had great narrative powers, I would have done it. I don't know if you've read, I don't know if even your viewers will know, it was a wonderful, wonderful book written on the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. It's long forgotten now, but between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians. It was, up until Gaza, was by far the biggest bloodletting. And there was a British historian, a British journalist, Robert Fisk, and he wrote this book, Pity the Nation. It's really breathtaking. It's a breathtaking piece of narrative history. I don't have those narrative powers. I have good expository powers. I can sit down, analyze a document, and I can logically go through it, and I don't leave any wiggle room. You're cornered, you're trapped, it's case closed. So,
I love when people are like, I don't have that skill, but let me tell you, I'm the best at this other thing. It's like, just get to it, bro. Just get to it, man.
Didn't waste my time on the documenting the facts. What I did do was, I wanted to look at agencies, institutions from which you expect better. the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the UN Commissions of Inquiry, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and where you expect better, and to hold them accountable, not just the usual suspects, but also other people who, because of careerism, cupidity, cowardice, they sold their souls. Now, I want to be clear. The record was not terrible by the international institutions. It was not. We don't want a straw man. They were not. It was not terrible. The statements by the UN senior officials, like Philippe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, Gutierrez, a lot of it was quite good. And I acknowledge that. But there were other things that were terrible. Now, so far I've spoken.
I'm sorry. I know, my bad. It's not what I should be focused on. And I know it's sped up. But the whole like, why is that like, it's so fake and so performative. Like, oh, yeah. No, I understand. And all he needs is a pipe and just, yeah, of course. Yes, I totally agree. 100% agree with you. Everything you're saying. Sure, bro. Sure.
In an abstract.
We're gonna dial in on that for sure.
So let me just, since that's coming later.
Yeah.
Then, so that was my, so to speak, my modus operandi.
Yeah.
When I wrote Gaza: An Inquest into Its Martyrdom, nobody knew any of the facts. And it's a terrible story. I won't call it tragic, because the Greek term tragic means the fate was preordained. It was not preordained. This was systematic, methodical, and intentional.
Yeah.
But it's a horrible history, and I wrote to chronicle. This time, though, I wrote to indict. To hold these people accountable. And I still hope they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
There are certain officials who either should be censured or they should be ousted from office. And I named them very clearly.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that, but I do want to start with your prologue, because the book opens briefly with October 7, but it actually very quickly shifts into Nat Turner's 1831 slave revolt. And despite ordering his followers to kill all white people, he's now revered as an American freedom fighter, which you...
All right, hold on. Let's slow down when Hasan speaks. Out of respect for his new voice. You got that, Vic? The Greek term tragic. Now, to you common folks, it might mean sad. But in reality, for them, it's like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. Norm Finkelstein is desperate to be the smartest person in the room. And here's why. Again, shout out to Dr. Ball. It makes what I like. Norm Finkelstein cannot stop crying about the fact that he went to school with people more accomplished, more intelligent than he's ever been. And so I think he has a huge insecurity to where he needs to be the smartest person in the room. Homie, you're in a room with Hasan Piker. All right? The fucking poster of Bernie Sanders is more intelligent. Relax. Relax with this shit, bro.
From office. And I named them very clearly.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that, but I do want to start with your prologue, because the book opens briefly with October 7, but it actually very quickly shifts into Nat Turner's 1831 slave revolt. And despite ordering his followers to kill all white people, he's now revered as an American freedom fighter, which you also talk about. You ask, before he stands condemned, mustn't it be asked, except to live and die in thraldom, what alternative did Nat Turner have? You also mentioned at the time, revered white abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison expressed horror over the events that took place, but blamed the white slave-owning population, saying, "We have warned our countrymen of the danger of persisting in their unrighteous conduct." I've also utilized the Nat Turner rebellion example when referencing October 7. You have as well. I've seen your interactions on Piers Morgan, which is...
I've also used this great example of yours that you used, but I used it as well, and it's crazy how just intelligent and smart people, you know, just think so much alike, you know, like we have so much in common, you and I, Norm Finkelstein. You're brave, I'm brave. You're courageous, I'm courageous. You're Superman, I'm Superman. You use the black people's struggles to your benefit, even though you're anti-black, and so do I. So, like, it's just, the way that we're so much alike is amazing.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
We're so much alike, you and I. We love calling the cops on people.
Which is, you know, an interesting affair. We can talk about that later as well. But I wanted to hear, do you view yourself as a modern day equivalent of the white abolitionist after writing about the Zionist oppression of Palestine for over 4 decades now? And obviously, you're probably a little too humble to answer that in a similar manner. But what other warnings have been ignored that you've been ringing the alarm bells on?
Wow, bro. I thought Emma Viglin's interview of AOC was embarrassing. Do you view yourself as the modern incarnation of the abolitionist? But I know that you're way too humble to, like, answer that directly. Are you yourself a white savior like I? Like, what are we doing here? He might have written that one. But you have to understand Hasan's fans and his handlers, the people that work for him for free, think like him. So they view somebody like Norman Finkelstein, a European Jew, to be this grand fucking white savior figure. It's no different than fucking Michael Brooks. What did Michael Brooks truly accomplish in life? Get hired by Sam Cedar? Be funnier than Sam Cedar? Be more fucking internationally aware of politics than Sam Cedar? Wow. Amazing. Astonishing. A feat never before accomplished. Get the fuck out, man. I'm going to start asking people that from now on. I want to start asking white people, do you see yourself as a modern abolitionist? Come on now.
I think all white people should aspire to be cookout approved white person.
First of all, one has to acknowledge one's precursors, and one has to acknowledge one's current collaborators. There have been many people. It's still a small number, but there's still a number. My precursors were people like Noam Chomsky, Israel Shahar from the country Israel, Edward Said. They came before me, and in many ways, I learned from them both their steadfastness and also their mental powers.
Bro, can I start talking like this? Chad, do I get a pass to start talking like this? Like, just comparing myself to, like, the greats, mind you, 2 Jews and 1 Palestinian. How convenient. He has to have that ratio just downright. Never mind that he's, like, disrespected the memory of Edward Said consistently. Yeah, their mental powers, my mental powers. Holy shit, we're never getting through with this.
Their dedication, their conscientiousness. I would say now I've entered the age where they're gone. They're not on the scene anymore. And so the mantle has, so to speak, with baton has been passed to me.
The mantle has been passed to me, so to speak. When I was telling y'all this guy is a white savior, that he's a disgusting individual, that he has a true disdain for Palestinians. This is what I'm talking about. The mantle from Chomsky, an anarchist, right? Chomsky, a Zionist. Chomsky, Epstein's best fucking friend, giving him counsel on how to beat the fucking allegations. Edward Said, who Norm Finkelstein has disrespected the memory of. You know what? I think now it's a good time. I was wondering if we're going to pull those up or not, but we'll pull it up. Let's see. Where are we at? Where are we at? Here we go.
Twice, many times.
And I know Dr. Ball said that, he has some regret on not pushing not pushing Norm on this a little bit more. I think here maybe. Hold on, where's the third one? I think maybe here, but let me check the fourth one. Maybe this here.
I'm glad not to be guilty yet of that sin. I'm going to focus on two of your remarks, and then we can proceed. The first one has to do with Edward Said. I'm not sure if you completely accurately render what I say about Professor Said, but that's not so important. The issue is not nitpicking. The issue is trying to focus on the substance of the question. Now, I do believe that the kinds of concerns you raise are real. I'm not blind to them. That there's going to be a tendency, because we live in a culture in which a certain group of people tend to dominate, there's going to be a tendency to choose spokespersons who are of the dominant group and to ignore those who are of not the dominant group, even though they are the objects of violence, the objects of concern. Yes, that problem arises. And I'm not going to deny it. I see no point to deny it. The question for me is the remedy. If people are suffering, if people are the victims of unjustified violence, cruelty, if you're a solidarity group, if you want to show solidarity, it seems to me that your first concern, if you're a person who mostly works with books, scholarship, research, your first concern should be to present the strongest case possible for those who are the victims of unjust cruelty and violence. You should be trying to make the strongest case possible. Now, what if it happens? Let's take the Israel-Palestine conflict. What if it happens, say someone like myself, yes, I'm Jewish, and if conflict pertains to Jews and Palestinians, and Jews are the ones who are inflicting the violence, Palestinians are on the side that's the recipients of the violence. So I ask you a simple question, Jared. Who would you prefer to be making the case for those who are being unjustifiably persecuted? Would you prefer somebody who has, quote unquote, the right identity, or the person who has the better mastery of the facts? Who would you prefer to be making that case? In my opinion, if your concerns are truly with those who are suffering, then your first priority ought to be making the best possible case. Now, I've noticed, as you probably have noticed, since maybe the late 2000s, I was effectively canceled on the question of the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I was essentially canceled on the question of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Bringing this up to try and justify why it's perfectly fine for Jews who claim to be allies to claim that, that they're supporters, to not include Palestinian voices in their analysis and their work is so fucking pathetic and disgusting. And again, it's the whole fucking perpetual victimhood mentality that white people, regardless of their religion, regardless of their background, I don't give a fuck, always carry. And again, the grandiose, self-serving, self-righteous white savior of it all, of I can create the best argument. Despite not having experienced any of this, I am the only one capable with the mind, with the capacity, with the IQ to construct the best argument. The best argument to who? The best argument for what? If you're saying, I think I can construct the best argument for other Jews, for other non-Palestinians, I mean, that would make sense. Maybe there's a possibility, an argument there, but you're claiming that you can make the best argument for everyone. And I think that's absolutely incorrect. Your blind spots are going to get in the way. And that's why it is important to give voice and platform and amplify the voices of the people actually experiencing the oppression, subjugation, colonization, you name it. Because this isn't some lib version of lived experience, right? This isn't like, oh, I'm speaking my truth. No. They're going to give us an insight to a reality that few of us, if any of us, can begin to comprehend. Norm Finkelstein can read every fucking UN report, every human rights report, and he'll never know what a single child in Gaza has experienced. And that child is not going to be trying to speak to the fucking white audience that Norm Finkelstein is interested in. That child will grow up to try and speak towards other colonized people.
invested 40 years to its study. I began in 1982 when Israel invaded Lebanon. I then wrote my doctoral dissertation on the topic, and I then devoted 4 decades, which, as I think you'll agree, is not a trivial amount of time in the life of a human being. And then suddenly, this identity politics emerged on the scene. And notwithstanding having written many books on the subject, and people quite qualified to render judgment, saying that I was the most knowledgeable person in the world on the subject, I was canceled. On places like Democracy Now!, you would never see me again. Instead, you would have these Palestinians, in my opinion, significantly lacking in knowledge of the subject.
These Palestinians. Instead, you have these Palestinians. Now, you could cry about, like, well, that's just, you're just hyper focusing on, like, phrasing. Microaggressions aren't real. This is somebody who said that they spent 4 decades studying this. And he's still referring to them as these Palestinians. He doesn't even respect them enough to say Palestinians. It's these Palestinians.
When I say knowledge, I'm talking about not people speaking about experiences, but people who also claim, Palestinians, who claim to have a scholarly knowledge of the subject. And I was displaced by them. In my humble opinion, I think.
Before we hear his humble experience, remember, he's saying that he was replaced and displaced by Palestinians.
And I was displaced by them.
Again, please remember, the very beginning of this.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And
that's a good point. No, it's a good point.
Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say.
He attaches value to every word that he says. So don't come at me saying, oh, you're nitpicking. Don't come at me saying you're being hypercritical. When he says these Palestinians, when he says that he was replaced and displaced by Palestinians after spending 4 decades covering and documenting how they've been replaced and displaced. It's not by accident. He says it himself. I attach value to every word I say. So I'm simply holding him accountable to the claims that he has made. So he does not get a fucking pass. You don't get to excuse that. You don't get to say, oh, well, he misspoke. Fuck that shit. This is a white savior. This is a fucking narcissist. And whenever Palestinians have a platform larger than his, whenever Palestinians are censored instead of him, he fucking exposes his hatred that he has for them. Every white savior hates the people that he's claiming to fight for. Every single one of them. And if we don't recognize it from people like Norman Finkelstein, we're fucking up. The very least that we can do, since we're failing to truly meet our obligation and responsibility towards all colonized people around the world, since we're failing to organize in such a way that will stop the genocide of Palestinians, the very fucking least we can do is recognize a fucking charlatan like Norman Finkelstein, who is still nothing more but a hypercritical liberal Zionist. Ooh, fucking amazing. There's a reason why Hasan Piker has him on, and not Palestinians. We're actually calling for what needs to occur. I mean, shit, when you don't even have Mohammed Al-Kurd, when Jennifer Welch has him on before you, what the fuck does that tell you?
I think all white people should aspire to be cookout approved white person.
It's because I attach value to every word I say.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again.
Am I to have a scholarly knowledge of the subject? And I was displaced by them. In my humble opinion, I think I would have made a much stronger case. I knew the literature. I spent 4 arduous decades, 4 arduous decades, mastering that literature, reading thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of human rights reports, not once, not twice, many times 3 and 4 times. However, because of my quote unquote wrong identity, I was no longer in demand. Now, were it the case that these folks were more competent and qualified than me, there's no argument.
More competent. More competent. I mean, come on.
There's no argument. But when Professor Said said to me, and it was a moment, he was a very serious intellectual, let there be no question about that. It was a moment in a conversation when he said a friend of mine was a racist. Why? Because in his scholarship, he doesn't cite Palestinians. I thought to myself, well, what makes citing Palestinians in and of itself a virtue? I think competence should be the standard. Ability to effectively answer the lies that Israel was disseminating.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
And to me, it's fucking hilarious because it's like, can we be honest and say like, wait a minute, did you actually challenge and push back on Edward Said when he said that? Or did you just simply think to yourself? And mind you, he said it was a moment. He was a very serious intellectual, but there was a moment where he fell into this identity politics, identity bullshit. A brief moment where he wasn't a serious intellectual. And he called my friend a racist. I mean, whatever your opinion on Edward Said, you have to understand when it comes to non-white people in academia, they had to learn that you cannot call somebody a racist unless there's like absolute, indisputable facts behind that. And yes, excluding Palestinians when you're not citing them and you're covering Palestine is absolutely a reflection of bigotry, of anti-Palestinian sentiment, of racism. To say that you can't even quote like Ghazan Kanafani, like not even that, he wasn't capable of dismantling Israeli propaganda. Absolute nonsense. Gio, thank you so much for the super chat. Have you seen Finkelstein's first interview on This Is Revolution? I didn't realize the man was a bigot until that interview. Yes, we covered it here. We've covered it here where he was going full Jordan Peterson and saying basically like going against pronouns and being a complete fucking turf. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, look, again, Pascal, I think has an amazing mind and analysis. I don't agree with him often, but I appreciate what he has to say regardless. The other individual, the actual host, I always forget their name. I mean, bro, just a fucking tryhard. An absolute tryhard. But, you know, shout out to the individual that actually pushed back on Norm Finkelstein and that. Let's get back to this.
I don't believe I had any great powers of prediction. A lot of my analysis since October 7th, I believe, has been borne out. But in general, those who predicted that if Israel continued with the occupation, it was going to be a dramatic deterioration in Israeli society. There was a fellow, I suspect you've never even heard of him, Yeshayahu Leibovich. And he was Israel's great philosopher. He had 4 PhDs, a really smart guy. And he, along with a certain number of others, said as early as 1967, this occupation is going to be a complete disaster. That if you don't end it, Israel, he coined the phrase, by the way, Yeshayahu Leibovich, who was the most revered intellectual in Israel. He coined the phrase, Israel is turning into a country of Judeo-Nazis.
It's just amazing how he's able to quote Zionist philosophers and Zionist intellectuals, but not Palestinians. You know, because they just don't have the capacity. They're not competent the way that he or the Zionist intellectuals are. Just keep that in mind, who he chooses to quote and reference and who he excludes. When it comes to white libs, only thing worse than being racist is calling out a racist/racism. They give 100% running defense when the accusations is launched. Yeah, of course, because it's self-preservation. See, they protect each other in these spaces. And that's why I'm sorry if you're around predominantly white left spaces, try your best if possible to get away from them. In fact, it might be safer and better for you not even to get involved if that's all you have. You know, the internet's a wonderful thing. Just be safe and you know, on there, but I can't imagine what it's like to be in predominantly white left spaces. Sounds like a fucking nightmare. But what I will say is it's self-preservation. They will defend and excuse bigotry, racism from other whites because they don't want to be held accountable to the same fucking standard.
People will say that that term actually originated from David Duke sometimes.
No.
What's
David Duke
interesting-
is not bright enough to originate the term.
So what's interesting on that point,
David Duke is not bright enough. No, of course not. It had to come from.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
His IQ isn't there, y'all.
you just mentioned is one of the examples that I often use is the horror in reaction to the Deir Yassin massacre from the likes of Albert Einstein, who has gone back and forth and has a more complex, I think, experience with Zionism and what it turned into. But his commitment to binationalism and living alongside peacefully with the Jewish and the Palestinian population was very clear. And he is the example that I usually go to, which is really interesting because The Atlantic actually wrote a whole article on me deploying the Albert Einstein example, saying that this was actually wrong, that Albert Einstein was a huge Zionist and loves Israel, and I was lying about his background. Are you familiar with some of the things that Einstein has said about?
I've read his writings.
No, I didn't actually read that article about Albert Einstein, but I know that his opposition to the Zionist project is completely overblown. And it's, more recently been overemphasized by people like Hasan Piker because he's just obsessed with having a Jewish puppet, a Jewish fucking mascot to prance around. But again, this Norm Finkelstein, man, and now Hasan Piker, we are 20 minutes in. 20 minutes into this conversation, and they've yet to reference, quote, or talk about Palestinians. Have you noticed that? 20 minutes into a conversation about Palestine and the Zionist entity, and they've yet to quote, reference, acknowledge a Palestinian. You don't think that's fucking weird? You think that's normal? You don't think that's unsettling? You don't think that's on fucking purpose? Come on now.
I have to say I'm a bit of a skeptic about the possibilities of coexistence.
We're going to get to that as well.
Between the Jews and the indigenous Arab population, because there was such a sense of contempt for Arabs, Muslims, the indigenous population, and such a sense of a double kind of superiority by the Jewish settlers. There was the superiority of being European.
Yeah.
And then that was compounded, or you might say determined by the sense of Jews feeling superior. That sense of superiority born of a certain notion of Jews being chosen people. And then there was just the sense of the backwardness of the Arab Muslim community in general. So when you fill out the historical picture, the probability of a real coexistence among equals, I think, was
Take a shot every time Norm Finkelstein or Hasan Piker references a Jewish person, individual. Just take a shot. Be careful. Have Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Take 3 shots every time they mention a Palestinian. You'll be safe. You'll be fine. Too woke for Israel now. What I will say about this again is I don't know, a hyper focus on how, you know, Zionist project has really gone rightward. You know, Bernie Sanders did this as well. Like, it's trying to highlight. It does this weird thing. Let me see if I still have it. I'm really not on social media like I used to be, and I let's see. Because I always say Norman or Norm Finkelstein. Oh no, actually, I am anti-Semitic. I was thinking Bernie Sanders. My bad. Where he, yeah, here it is.
Are prepared to pull the trigger and say, you know what, hey, Mr. Netanyahu, you continue that, you're not getting another nickel in America.
Sorry, I don't know why Chrome froze on me right now. Give me 1 sec. There we go.
American aid. Why that's so? I guess it has a lot to do with AIPAC. It has a lot to do with the president, I think, who has been deeply emotionally committed to Israel for 40 years. And I think to many people do not understand that the Israel of today is not the Israel of Golda Meir of 20 or 30 years ago. It is a right-wing country, increasingly becoming a religious fundamentalist country, where you have some of these guys in office believe that God told them they have a right to control the entire area. Not a whole lot different, by the way, than what Hamas is saying.
Not a whole lot different than what Hamas is saying. And so again, I feel like there's this narrative building of like, wow, like now the Zionist reactionaries are like never before. And yes, shout out to David. Ilham Pape was on the Majority Report talking about neo-Zionism. And again, I think what this is really doing, again, whatever misinterpretations or outright lies and smears about my positions, I think what we're starting to see is European Jews start to distance themselves from what Zionists truly always wanted by trying to present themselves as the more civilized individuals in, you know, contrast to Arab and African Jews. I think that's kind of what we're starting to see the early onsets of. So it's like, oh no, you know, they're the barbarians pulling us to the right and being more reactionary. We were always trying to be a little bit more civil, despite, you know, the original sin of colonization. There was a hope, an avenue there. And that's what even Bernie is highlighting in that conversation. That these Jewish individuals in charge now are acting like Hamas, the Arabs. It's an interesting move that they're trying to play here.
And he knew torture was illegal. So he did abolish it. I mean, nowadays, you couldn't even imagine that. It's not even conceivable.
Nowadays, the only time that Israel ever prosecutes any war criminals in their ranks is when they intercept communications of ICC prosecutors in an effort to utilize the complementarity principle against the ICC to act as though they're doing a show, a mock trial, basically, to hopefully stop the ICC from further prosecuting their war crimes, which again we'll talk about. I wanted to continue in the epilogue.
I want to just return to the Nat Turner analogy, just as a matter of background. When October 7th first happened, the first couple of days, I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember.
Right. The first couple of days, it just looked like a prison breakout.
Yeah.
And they said about 50 people were killed. And
sorry, I just want to highlight, because I was glancing at this piece here. And I know Bukaya, I mean, I understand that. All respect, all appreciation, always great contributions to the Discord. But I had heard some pushback from Zionists, from liberal Zionists, and from liberals in general about Hasan Piker's interpretation of Albert Einstein and his usage of Albert Einstein as some type of like Jewish voice of peace and Palestinian allyship. And whenever individuals like Hasan Piker, who are so fucking insidious and truly opportunist to the core, you know, repeat a certain catchphrase or a certain example, it makes me uncomfortable, and I don't trust it outright. I'll be honest about that. Very much like Norm Finkelstein always referring to Nat Turner and refusing to have a proper comparison with indigenous people and Palestinians. Instead, he's using black people, enslaved people, to Palestinians, something that Palestinians have not experienced. And I don't think it's a fair comparison. I actually think it's a very lazy comparison. Mind you, add the fucking insult that Norm Finkelstein is anti-black. And so just reading this part here, and I'm more open to pushback because I was just glancing at this here. Here we go. Far more, excuse me, wow, twice. Let me read what Bukaya says here. I indicate what Hasan said, but Einstein wrote a letter to the New York Times in which he calls them Nazis. I have no idea what Hasan said, so don't put that one on me. No. I haven't read the letter that you're mentioning. I'll look it up right now. I'm not putting anything on you. I'm just saying, like, I always appreciate your, your contribution for sure. But here's a little pushback, potentially. I don't know. Maybe Einstein walked all this back at the end of his life. Far from an opponent of the Zionist endeavor, Einstein assisted it for decades. In 1921, he raised money across America for the Hebrew University alongside Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization. In 1923, he delivered a guest lecture at the school's campus in Jerusalem. Weizmann, meanwhile, was tapped to be the first president of Israel in 1948. Einstein, who had not been in the running, congratulated him, quote, long before the emergency of Hitler, I made the cause of Zionism mine because through it, I saw the means of correcting a flagrant wrong. Einstein wrote to Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1947 in an attempt to persuade him to support the movement. Let me see this one. In 1951, the physicist hosted David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding prime minister, at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. When Weizmann died the next year, Ben-Gurion offered his position to Einstein, who declined, writing that he was deeply moved by the offer from our state of Israel, and at once saddened and ashamed that I cannot accept it. The notoriously absent-minded professor explained, quote, I lack both the natural aptitude and the experience to deal properly with people and to exercise official functions. Shortly before his death, Einstein told an interviewer that he had great hopes for the future of the Jewish state. He even planned to deliver a speech marking the 7th anniversary of Israel's founding in 1955, but died days before he could deliver it. He bequeathed his valuable papers and the rights to his name and likeness to Hebrew University. None of this is to say that Einstein was an uncritical booster of the Zionist project. On the contrary, he was a sharp public antagonist of the Israeli right. This ideological orientation was likely another reason Einstein turned down the ceremonial role of the country's presidency, which is meant to be nonpartisan. He was also deeply reluctant, he was also a deeply reluctant nationalist. Before Israel was founded, Einstein advocated for a shared state of Jews and Arabs, writing in 1946 that what we can and should ask is for a secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration. But once Israel was established, Einstein strongly supported its continued existence while insisting that its ultimate success depended on the pursuit of peace and fair treatment of the land Arabs inhabitants. International policies from the Middle East should be dominated by efforts to secure peace for Israel and its neighbors, he wrote in the draft of his deathbed speech. In other words, Einstein wasn't an unapologetic Israeli right or wrong advocate or an ardent anti-Zionist, but something more interesting, a left-wing supporter of Jewish statehood who believed in Israel's necessity, but also the fundamental right for the region's Palestinian citizen. This complex combination of commitments puts him in accord with many, if not most, American and American Jews today, according to survey data. So in other words, he was just a liberal Zionist. Which I've seen, like, listen, and I don't, I don't mean to brag, but I've seen, critiques of this argument, even from non-liberals defending Einstein, from people that are like sick and tired of hearing European Jews get prioritized. Sorry, y'all. Somebody said that the chat is... Damn, how big does this gotta be then? Chat is frozen. Hold on. We had issues with the chat last time. Let me try and pull it up once again. Give me 1 second, y'all. My apologies. Thank you for letting me know there. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it's gonna continue to get... See, I don't understand why it's what the issue's going on with this corner of OBS. Like, I really can't. Let me see here. Let's do this, and we'll do that. Maybe this helps here. Who knows? Well, why wouldn't you let me do... Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Kinda, I guess. Kind of, right? I think I want more of that here. Like, hold on, give me 1 sec. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Hold on. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Why is this so bad, man? Is that good? Sorry. Thank you for the patience, everyone. I don't know what's going on with OBS, and it's just not fucking with the chat, bro. It ain't the same without the chat. All right, yeah, we'll move on. But I don't want to. Oh, there's no fighting going on over there. Actually, let me move this down a little bit more. I think that's fine. It is what it is. That was pretty quick, no? All right, that's good. That's good. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Let's get back to this. All right, let's get back to the interview because I don't have a lot of time. But I don't want homie to feel like I'm not giving him his time and due. Appreciate y'all. Let me find the Discord thing. It's in the general. A letter to the New York Times. New Palestine Party visit of Machim. Begin and aims of political movement discuss. To the editors of New York Times, among the most disturbing political phenomena of our time is the emergence in the newly created state of Israel of the Freedom Party. Bro, already I'm not happy with this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm already sus about this. A political party closely akin in its organization, method, political philosophy, and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. It was formed out of the membership and following of the former Orgun Zviya Loimi, a terrorist right-wing chauvinist organization in Palestine. The current visit of, Menachem Begin, leader of this party, to the United States is obviously calculated to give the impression of American support for his party in the incoming Israeli elections and to cement political ties with conservative Zionist elements in the United States. Several Americans of national repute have lent their names to welcome his visit. It is inconceivable to those who oppose fascism through the world, if correctly informed as to Mr. Begin's political record and perspectives, could add their names and support to the movement he represents. Before irreparable damage is done by way of financial contributions, public manifestation in Begin's behalf, and the creation in Palestine of the impression that a large segment of Americans support fascist elements in Israel, the American public must be informed as to the record and objectives of Mr. Begin in his movement. The public avowals of Begin's party are no guide whatever to its actual character. Today, they speak of freedom, democracy, and anti-imperialism, whereas until recently, they openly preached the doctrine of fascist state. It is in its actions that the terrorist party betrays its real character. From its past actions, we can judge that it may be expected to do in the future. So here's my problem with this. And my apologies for not reading the rest of this. To me, it seems like a liberal Zionist criticism of a reactionary party, the Freedom Party, is what he's concerned with. He's not admonishing or calling for decolonization in any way. This is no different from me than somebody being critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, just glancing through this, within the Jewish community, they have preached the admixture of ultra-nationalism, religious mysticism, and racial superiority. Like other fascist parties, they have been used to break strikes and have themselves press for the destruction of free trade unions. In their stead, they have proposed corporate unions on the Italian fascist model. Yeah, so he's just, I don't know, for me, man, this is a liberal Zionist critique. And the reason why I'm even pushing back on this is because Hasan Piker is trying to paint him as an anti-Zionist. In the light of the foregoing consideration, it is imperative that the truth about Mr. Begin and his movement be made known in this country. It is all the more tragic that the top leadership of American Zionism has refused to campaign against Begin's efforts or even to expose its own constituents the dangers to Israel. Mano, thank you. Thank you. But I mean, I know you're not backing him, but look what he's saying. That it is tragic and its own constituents the danger to Israel from support to Begin. The danger to Israel. This is what I'm saying. Like when somebody like Hasan Piker is advocating for someone or pushing a certain narrative, you have to question it because he is a Democratic Party sheepdog herder. That's what he's there for. Dangers to Israel from support to Begin. No. Again, the position that Albert Einstein is an anti-Zionist to any regard is wrong. And what I'm saying is, I would have never even looked at this if I hadn't heard Hasan Piker saying it. Begin? Okay. I'll believe you, Ode, but that's wild. All right. But thank you for that. Sincerely. Everyone, Hasan's number one fan. No, I'm kidding. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to get at sincerely and directly is Albert Einstein, to me, it appears to be, from the very little that I've looked into it, to be nothing more than a liberal Zionist who does not view any Zionist colonizer as a fascist unless they're, advocating some form of like fascism that he recognizes as a threat. But let them be a threat to Palestinians, and suddenly it's not that big of a deal.
Of their early notes, and Candace Owens' career, as well as Nick Fuentes, actually got a lot of
more honesty, or the expression that hypocrisy is the complement that vice pays to virtue. The older generation, they weren't so in your face. You mentioned Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin, he would be considered now the far left in Israel.
Yeah,
he would. But during his first term of office, he was elected in 1970. Begin was a lawyer by training, and now
prosecuting their war crimes, which again we'll talk about. I wanted
analogy. Not even the board, probably in the order of 1,200 people were killed. I would say 50 people. Right? The first couple of days,
a mock trial, basically, to hopefully stop the ICC from further prosecuting their war crimes, which again we'll talk about. I wanted to continue in the epilogue.
I want to just return to the Nat Turner analogy, just as a matter of background. When October 7th first happened, the first couple of days, I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember.
Right. The first couple of days, it just looked like a prison breakout.
Yeah.
And they said about 50 people were killed. And, 50 people, that's not even the blink of an eye. So I immediately made my sentiments known that I supported.
I also remember that.
The prison breakout. And I had no qualms about it, no compunction. But then it became clear that something much bigger happened. When something much bigger happened, it was not, it was hard to try to think it through, to figure out, well, where do I stand? Probably in the order of 1,200 people were killed. I would say it's the evidence is background. When October 7th first happened, the first couple of days, I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember.
Right. The first couple of days, it just looked like a prison breakout.
Yeah.
And they said about 50 people were killed. People were killed. I would say it's the evidence is pretty clear. About 850 were civilians.
Yeah.
And of those 850 civilians, as of now, I've read all the available material, overwhelmingly were killed by Palestinian militants.
Yeah.
So that's a large number. You can't get around that. That's a large number. When Sabra and Shatila happened in 1982, the massacre in Lebanon, the initial numbers that came out, they turned out to be low. The initial numbers that came out were about 800 Palestinians were slaughtered in Sabra and Shatila. In fact, it was probably closer to 2,000. But even when 800 came out, that was considered a very large number.
Yeah.
And then if you're from Egypt, when Sisi came to power, he committed the massacre at Rabat Square with the nonviolent protesters. And the estimate by Human Rights Watch was about 1,000 were killed. And that was seen as it was the largest single massacre in Egyptian history. So that seemed a large number.
Yeah.
And now I'm faced with about 850 civilians killed on October 7th.
I mean, how are both of these fuckers liberal Zionists? I mean, they're just Zionists. To call them civilians and not settlers, occupiers, should tell you everything. It should tell you everything. I don't understand why people just give this shit a pass. Remember, I only made it like 30 minutes into this. At one point, Norm Finkelstein says, calling it a war is already like giving the Zionist project a victory because it's not a war. It's never been a war. Calling them civilians is already giving the Zionist project a victory. There is no such thing as a Zionist civilians. Every single one of them is meant to occupy a space that is taken from a Palestinian. Every single one of them, with no exception, is meant to take the place of a Palestinian. There weren't enough European Jews to occupy the entire land, and that's when they were forced to incorporate the Arab and African Jews. But every single one of them is a colonizer. And to call them civilians repeatedly, to say, oh, well, after finding out about 850 fucking little civilians, then I have to step back and search my soul and be like, is this okay? Is this right, Norman Finkelstein? Come on now.
And what do you do with it? What do you do with it? Now, under normal circumstances,
you fucking celebrate. That's what we did. That's what we did over here.
Namely, for the last 40 years, I don't say this with pride. I'm just saying it factually. I normally would have consulted Professor Chomsky. I considered his moral judgment, if not impeccable.
I would have consulted Noam Chomsky. Because of his moral judgment, you know, like advising Jeffrey Epstein, you know. What a moral fucking juggernaut.
Near impeccable, and I usually defer to his moral judgment. But he wasn't available. And I was sweating for around a week because I knew a lot of people were going to want to know what I think.
I mean, people like fucking Hasan Piker and Radlibs. Nobody else gave a fucking shit. I promise you, Norman Finkelstein, none of these Palestinians gave a shit what you had to say.
And I was torn. I was torn between the fact that I knew, from having spent about the last 20 years, I knew what had been done to the people of Gaza. I knew the details, the horror of what those folks endured. On the other hand, there was a mass slaughter. And what do you do with it? And I thought.
On the other hand, it was a mass slaughter. Sorry. On the other hand, it was a mass slaughter.
I walked the streets trying to figure this out. And it happened that the last book I had written was on wokeness, and I had read a lot about the abolitionists. And I had read, of course, about Nat Turner. So I turned to Nat Turner, The Rebellion, and I said, you know what? Roughly, it's about the same thing. What the slaves endured was not much different. You know, Gaza from 1948, when it was under Egyptian rule, from 1948, it was repeatedly described as a concentration camp by outside visitors. Even the extreme right wing, head of Israel's National Security Council, Giora Eiland, who's still among us. He's one of the advisors. He was one of the advisors during the Gaza genocide. He described in 2004, he described Gaza as a concentration camp. He said it's a huge concentration camp. So now I knew what they had endured. I knew there had been a massacre, a slaughter of significant dimensions. And then what do you do with it? I saw Nat Turner rebellion seem more or less analogous. The first order, kill all white people. And that's what they proceeded to do. They went from house to house, smashed the skulls of women, killed men. Even in this case, they did behead babies. Not on October 7th, but during the Nat Turner rebellion. So now I have the analogy, but then there's a second step. You got the analogy, where do you stand on it? And I thought the right place to look were the abolitionists. They were of sublime moral character.
The best, the best white people you can imagine. The absolute best, sublime moral character. Does Norm Finkelstein talk about John Brown at all? Because he talks about abolitions just broadly. But does he talk about John Brown specifically? And the role that Jews have and the obligation and responsibility. I mean, I would love to hear a conversation. Well, I wouldn't want that on him. I wouldn't wish this on him. But I would love to hear a conversation
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
I would love to hear a conversation between Norm Finkelstein and Laith Marouf. There was one that I was going to cover recently. There was a debate. I saw it not too long ago. It was Laith and this rabbi. Yeah, man.
Wait a second. You are not doing this for me. You are doing this for yourself.
According to Light Maruf, I'm not more than a Zionist soldier.
Jews are willing to die for everything. The liberation of anything on this planet, except the liberation of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims.
Jews die for what they believe in, but they don't die for Palestine.
I'm, as a Palestinian nationalist, I do it for the Palestinian people.
And I actually do not owe you a thank you. Do we know any Jew in historic Palestine that is hiding Palestinians from being victims?
I have some criticisms of this conversation, mainly being, I don't think it was necessary to have this individual, with all due respect, because Laith, brought enough energy to where it was unnecessary. It should have just been a conversation between two individuals. It's unfortunate that Laith was forced to speak to this rabbi here, but if we're talking about white saviors, about arrogance, I mean, this guy, man, truly fucking disgusting. It was so bad that I didn't want to cover it on the stream. And the victimhood too. He's like, oh, I guess I'm just like the IDF, huh?
They were courageous, they were consistent, and they were very smart. You don't get people smarter than Charles Sumner, Frederick Douglass. They were really impressive. And when I went back to read their writings, what became very clear was they would not condemn Nat Turner.
Yeah.
They would not. They condemned the white system that forced Nat Turner to do what he did, the coercive system that created Nat Turner. And then I felt, okay, if I'm wrong, then the white abolitionists and black abolitionists, they're wrong.
Including Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass is an interesting case.
Yeah.
Because the abolitionists were against violence.
Yeah.
They believed in what they called moral suasion. But Douglass described Nat Turner as one of our glorious martyrs, one of our revolutionary fathers. Same thing, W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yeah.
They all acclaim Nat Turner. And what's also interesting is the black people at the time, they did not condemn Nat Turner. They were very, exactly.
Well, I know that from your book.
Yeah. He came to occupy a place in African American folklore, and he became a folk hero. They would refer to him as, quote, Old Nat's War. Old Nat's War. Because they understood whatever the methods, whatever the horrors, and as you quoted William Lloyd Garrison, he recognized horrors occurred. But where did it come from? Ultimately, what was its deep source? Its deep source was the desire for freedom, the struggle for human dignity. Maybe it was wrongly expressed, but there's another question. What option did they have? What option, if you're speaking honestly, what option did the people of Gaza have? They tried diplomacy. They tried international law. They tried nonviolent civil resistance. They tried everything. And it was all a dead end. And as you probably remember, by October 6, 2023, the only game in town was, would the Saudis join the Abraham Accords?
Yeah.
Gaza had been forgotten. Well, and then the rest is, so to speak, to quote the cliche, the rest is history.
Yeah. So going into
What I hate about that argument is, what if they hadn't tried all that, Norman Finkelstein? What if they hadn't tried all that? What if Palestinians just went straight to armed struggle, armed resistance, and never once bothered with international law, never once bothered with peaceful protest, never once bothered to cater to your sentiments and to show any respect for colonizers' livelihood and well-being? What then? And it makes me wonder, and it should make you wonder why it is that Norm Finkelstein, has he ever spoken about Ghassan Kanafani? Or, I don't want to just harbor on him. There's so many more of the Palestinians. The reason why specifically I'm highlighting him is because there's no way that Norm can say that he hasn't heard of him. In fact, since he spent 4 decades studying this, Norm Finkelstein, mix up my liberal Zionist, should be able to name every Palestinian leader. The same way that he names every fucking Zionist leader, even their philosophers, and just fucking glorifies them. You'd think, right? That would track, wouldn't it? So why doesn't he engage with them? Why doesn't he bring them up? Why doesn't he reference them? Well, because he doesn't think they're worth it. He doesn't think that they're intellectually serious enough for that. Mind you, he only brings up Edward Said to highlight that like he knew him and that he was like homies with him and they were friendly. That's the only reason he brings him up, to hype himself up.
into this analogy a little bit further, because you brought up the fact that binationalism was destined to fail from the start, given the supremacist attitudes from early Zionists, doubly supremacist considering that there's the European colonialism aspect to it, but then also Jewish supremacy directly. I agree with that, but we live in the United States of America, which is a country that is objectively white supremacist in its fundamentals, and yet we now live in a country that has obviously a very complex history and still continues to struggle with offering any kind of real restitution to Black Americans, and yet I always go.
Hold on. No, wait. I know, chat. Hold on. Before we get there, again, this is why I hate the Nat Turner example. Because of the white babies that were brutal. I hate the Nat Turner example because, with all due respect, you need to compare indigenous people to indigenous people in this situation. And notice how now the question is about the progress that Black Americans have made. And we'll talk about that, don't get me wrong. But Hasan is not bringing up the situation that indigenous people find themselves in. That's all I want to just focus on for a brief moment. That this is done on purpose. That Norman Finkelstein was pushing this Nat Turner comparison. And in reality, all he was doing was normalizing the continued existence of the U.S. settler colonial project itself. Because you're not bringing up the fact that, hey, this is a settler colonial project. This was done here. And it needs to get fucking fixed. Let's put it that way.
Back to that same comparison about the end of the abolition of the apartheid. And that is what, that is part of the reason why I present the one-state solution and, forcible reintegration of everyone, including the oppressed and the oppressor, living side by side in a, secular solitary state as the true North Star. Now, of course, what's more important from my perspective is how the Palestinians feel about that. And there is not.
Sure. That's why you have a Euro-American Jew on and not a Palestinian. because that's what you care about most, Palestinians and what they feel.
Now, of course, what's more important from my perspective is how the Palestinians feel about that. And there is not that big of a commitment to a one-state solution. I think for the most part, historically, it's always been a two-state solution. There are additional complications that come along with that. But if we're just simply talking about the morality of it, or maybe even pie in the sky idealism, the reason why I believe in the abolition of the occupation and the apartheid, with of course
I'm sorry, the abolition of the occupation and the apartheid. This is why I hate the way they use occupation. The entire Zionist project is an occupation, but when they talk about occupation, they usually refer to the West Bank and the siege in Gaza, the blockade in Gaza. But they're trying to like hype up their language in order to make it seem like they're more radical, or as if they're actually anti-Zionist.
Reparations offered to the Palestinians, a right to return and everything else, not dissimilar to what Avi Shlaim has also talked about, is because I'm an American citizen.
And another one, Avi Shlaim. All right, cool. Just keep racking up all the fucking Jewish intellectuals, please. Just keep referencing them and just neglecting Palestinians. Awesome. Love it. Love to see it.
And if it can happen here, and although there are still many issues, I think the contemporary Black experience is probably better than the current experience of a Palestinian, both in the West Bank and certainly in Gaza as well.
So because the current position of Black Americans, sorry. Let's do it right. I can't say Black like that. So because Black people might be in a better situation currently than Palestinians in Gaza or in the West Bank, that's enough of a reason to pursue this liberal approach, this liberal solution. That should be enough. Hey, look at the Black community here in the US. Palestinians, that's the future I want for you. That's what Hasan is saying. That's what Hasan is telling Palestinians. Hey, listen to me. I'm the voice of Palestine, and the best I can promise you is to be treated in your own land by the Zionist entity and its dogs like Black people are treated here today in the US. What more can you ask for? That's progress, baby. That's the human, aspiration, the humanity in colonizers willing to allow you to be overly policed, overly incarcerated, killed in fucking broad daylight, hate crimes, lynchings being committed to you that aren't even going to be reported by multiple states. I mean, listen, I know my chat is predominantly white, and I know my chat is predominantly fucking wealthy as fuck, much like Hasan Piker's audience. But if there's some of you that might have an idea of what it's like to be a Black American in the US, don't you feel like you want that future for Palestinians? Don't you want to offer that to Palestinians as a sense of hope as they're going through genocide, as they're going to occupation in the West Bank? I mean, if I were y'all, I wouldn't be selfish, and I would share some of the glory that you're experiencing. Fucking ridiculous, bro. To say this as a fucking white person, bro.
The current experience of a Palestinian, both in the West Bank and certainly in Gaza as well. So I feel like that is a path towards progress. It would require tremendous amounts of outside pressure from not only the international community, specifically the United States of America, American Jews as well, with connections back to Israel, familial connections. But that is what I believe. You're saying that is not possible because Zionist fascism is far too powerful of a force in Israeli society.
I wouldn't use the word fascism only because
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Gio, thank you for the super chat. Hasan wants Palestine to be Cyprus. Slit down the middle and normalize partition. Yep. Which he has no business mentioning this or attempting to be an authority figure on that. Yep. What's going on here?
I don't believe it's the relevant term. I think Jewish supremacy is the better description. The question, I think, it comes down to this. It's a judgment call. Remember, we had two.
Okay, I'm sorry. Because you see Hasan is like a little bit uncomfortable with Jewish supremacy.
Description. The question, I think, it comes.
Immediately checks his chat like, oh, how they're reacting to that. That aside, it's funny. To say that like Jewish supremacy isn't fascist, that's kind of weird. Like, what would you call it then? Or where would it fall? It's its own unique thing?
Comes down to this. It's a judgment call. Remember, we had two processes in the United States. You refer to the African American experience. They came as slaves. A civil war freed them legally, then set in the system of Jim Crow, which meant de facto things were better than slavery, but not significantly better than slavery. Yeah, apartheid. And then the civil rights movement. And now I think you have to be very dogmatic to the point of blindness to say there hasn't been any improvement in the situation of African Americans.
Of course.
Since slavery, since Jim Crow, and even since the civil rights movement. So that's one trajectory. Mm-hmm. There's a second trajectory. It's the
Finally, he's going to mention something. But don't you just love when white people are like, yeah, they struggle, but, things are so much better for them. And here's, I might get in trouble for this, but I'll say this. When we talk about assimilation and indoctrination, you can make the argument, as these white people do, that, well, black people have it so much better in the US. My simple pushback on that is, God, only Froggy. my simple pushback on that is, in terms of the revolutionary movement to liberate black people from the US, if you want to go back and compare and contrast the progress that assimilation has brought, can you compare and contrast the revolutionary movement that is honest about the condition and the necessity for liberation for black people within the US? Because if you want to make that argument pro assimilation, then you have to acknowledge the fact that what that required was the de-radicalization and the removal of revolutionary forces within the black community, which has further legitimized their oppression. And it feels weird saying they're like, well, the chat can correct me at any moment. But you get what I'm saying? I never hear these white people acknowledge that aspect of it. Because they'll acknowledge all the progress and all the the Obama of it all, But all I'm saying is, what about the other side? What about liberation? Is that not a fair question to ask? Assimilation is capture. We're moving further away from liberation by assimilating. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I just never hear that other side of this argument. It's always consistently things have gotten better. And all I'm asking is, at the price of what?
Native Americans. And the Native American trajectory. Mm-hmm. There's a second trajectory. It's the Native Americans. And the Native Americans, it turned into a zero-sum game. Either it's them or us? Was there a possibility with the Native Americans, not African Americans, was there a possibility with the Native Americans of a kind of synthesis, symbiosis, transcendence?
And this is my frustration. Look, he's being all coy. He's being all cute. He's like, is there a possibility of symbiosis? Who the fuck talks like this, bro?
Of a kind of synthesis, symbiosis.
Synthesis, symbiosis.
Transcendence.
Transcendent. Look at him. What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? He's giddy. He's fucking giddy. Why? Why does the genocide of indigenous people? Why does their forced relocation, ethnic cleansing into reservations, and even removal from those spaces, isolation, neglect, oppression, discrimination? Why does it make you react this way? What the fuck is wrong with you? And of course, Hasan isn't gonna like bring this up and like, oh, why the fuck are you smiling? Why are you licking your fucking lips while mentioning this? I mean, if you didn't know what they were speaking about, and somebody said, oh yeah, they're talking about genocide, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable with this fucking image here? I mean, this motherfucker looks like he just slipped somebody something in their drink. And he's just waiting for them to take a sip. That's what he looks like right now. And so this entire time I've been saying, why the fuck have you been using Nat Turner as a comparison here? Out of laziness. Out of fucking laziness. Because he was writing a book, I'll burn that bridge when I get there, our Norman X Finkelstein, in order to try and do that Jordan Peterson shift into the reactionary fucking movement. And it fell flat. He was a little too fucking late. And he said it himself, I had given up on Palestinians. I was on to a fucking grift. I was going to align myself with the Jimmy Dores, the Tucker Carlsons. Fell flat. Nobody gave a fuck. You're too boring. October 7th happens. And now Norman Finkelstein is back on fucking prime time with Piers Morgan. And he's using this example of Nat Turner because he just finished reading, or writing, excuse me, a book disregarding any modern Black studies contribution or exposing of the opportunists, like Ibram X. Kendi, right? Which there's plenty of. Again, go check out his conversation, a couple years old now, with Dr. Jared Ball on I Mix What I Like. All Dr. Ball had to do was ask very simple and direct questions, and Norm just fucking grabbed the rope himself. But all I'm trying to get at is, it took this fucking long for you to bring up indigenous people and put them at the forefront as a true comparison to the indigenous population of Palestine, and you're giddy over this shit. You're licking your chops. You're laughing at this shit. What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck is so funny is my question. See, these fucking colonizers, these white saviors, don't view us as human beings. They view us as subjects, as something to talk about, something to discuss. That's why he doesn't cite or want to incorporate Palestinians into his analysis or cite them in any way. Why would he? There's something to be studied and observed, something to be mocked, talked down to, not to be treated as equals. Unless, of course, he could get something from them like Edward Said.
Americans of a kind of synthesis, symbiosis, transcendence. Speaking honestly, I think the answer is no.
Yeah, Noam Chomsky has brought this up as well, where he says that unlike the apartheid in South Africa, where there was utility to the black population, which is 90% of the entire population as a part of the labor force, Israeli society broadly just wants to ethnically cleanse the indigenous population and would rather hire outside labor from Thailand or numerous other places around the country, around the world. So yes, it is a.
So I don't know which is the right analogy.
Yeah.
It was very striking to me when I was reading about the abolition.
You don't know which is the right analogy? You don't know whether the right analogy is indigenous population to indigenous population, European colonizers to European colonizers? You don't know which is the right analogy. Palestinians, for everything they've suffered and gone through, were not stolen from their homes, forced into chattel slavery, an attempt to strip them entirely from their culture and indoctrinate them into Zionist society. None of that shit happened. None of that shit happened to them. And you don't know which is the correct analogy. Like, this is just being obtuse for no other reason than that you like the example that you initially used. It caught on for people like Hasan Piker. Because it allows them not to think too hard about their place as colonizers here. That's why. And it allows them to advocate for the liberal approach in Palestine. To say, hey, look at black people, they're doing just fine now. One of them became president. What are they complaining about? Palestinians, you're up next.
Including Douglas, by the way. They were very, very harsh on the Native Americans. They didn't have any good words or kind words to say. They all saw them. I'm talking about Douglas, Sumner, the others. They all saw the Native Americans as savages. And it was, if the Euro-American project was too advanced, they had to be pushed aside. It was zero sum. There was no notion that we can live together. So the question is, which is the Israeli experience closer to? I'm inclined, look, I don't want to be totally pessimistic about it, and I recognize people change.
I love how white people do this. They do this about like homophobia too. They'll mention how like, well, Douglas was a for real like anti-indigenous individual. Like Douglas hated Native Americans. Douglas, let me tell you, Douglas, that guy, if he saw Native American, oh boy, get ready. What was the value in mentioning that? What was the significance in that? How was Douglas shaping and forming U.S. relations with indigenous people? And somebody please correct me when Douglas led, the fucking Union military to attack indigenous people. I'm more than happy to hear about that. I'm ignorant. But you see this kind of move consistent by white lefties. They go out of their way to be like, oh boy, if you think white people are bad, get a hold of this.
That's how you could say Germany and Japan were horror shows during the first third of the 20th century. They were, you could say, at the extreme end of imperialist, racist countries, okay? You could say, okay, Germany and Japan, they're no longer horror shows. That's true. And they're probably on the more Pacific end of the political spectrum. But the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. So they didn't have to contend with it
There's
anymore.
also still a lot of residual racism in Japanese society as well.
Right.
I'm not even talking about the German
yes,
philo-Semitism.
right.
Yeah.
Look, there are all sorts of nuances, but the bottom line is
horrible fucking example.
I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race.
Absolute horrible example to bring up Japan. To say, look at Japan, who like haven't apologized yet to China. Oh, wonderful, man. Wonderful.
Yes, it's true. Germany today is very far from what Germany was in the 1930s. But it's also true to say the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. The Native American question was basically solved in our country by their expulsion and significantly, not entirely, but there were significantly elements of extermination.
This is the same shit. This is the same talking point that Chris Kunzler, the voice of Palestinians, the British voice of Palestine, is pushing. Oh, well, decolonization here is virtually impossible because the indigenous population has been so exterminated that there's no real practical support for it. And again, I asked the question. It's very simple. I seem to get no answer to it. Chris Kunzler, Norm Finkelstein, you name it. For all the people that are unwilling to support indigenous decolonization here because of their current situation, their current predicament, their material conditions. How long and how many Palestinians have to be exterminated for your support for the decolonization of Palestine, if you even hold that position, to expire? How long does the Zionist project need to occupy Palestinian land? And how many Palestinians do they need to exterminate for you to throw in the fucking towel and say, well, I sympathize with you, but I can't be an ally because it's no longer practical? Please let me know.
So I'm not sure. I as I say, I don't want to be totally pessimistic, though. One thing I am totally pessimistic about, the current mindset of the Israelis, it's just off the charts. One thing I think is there are several misunderstandings about the conflict. And one misunderstanding is it's not a war. There was never a war in Gaza. Every time you use the word war to describe what happened in Gaza, you become wittingly or unwittingly a tool of Israeli propaganda.
Yeah.
Once you say war to describe the unfolding of events, Israel has won 90% of the propaganda battle. Once we two are sitting here, you may say you're against what's happening in Gaza. I say I support what Israel is doing in Gaza. But if we establish as the common language the war in Gaza, Israel has won 90%. There was never a war in Gaza.
Yeah.
A war denotes something very clear. It denotes you're trying to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. That's what a war is, to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. Now, in the course of a war, civilians sometimes get killed. That's called, the technical term, collateral damage.
Yeah.
Oy. What's been going on with the chat, man? Mic checked. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're good. We're good. Chat, you're still alive. On Chrome, it just crashed out, but on Firefox, it's still good. All right. So, this is hilarious. Immediately in the same sentence, we cannot call it a war because then the Zionists win. But we could call them civilians, not settlers. How is that not a victory for colonization? How is crying about 850 colonizers and calling them civilians, meaning that they're innocent non-combatants, how's that not a victory for them?
Well, so virtually every war, but not every war, but virtually every war, has a terror component. That is, you're targeting the civilians in order to break the will of the other side. But even when you have a terroristic component, the goal is to inflict that military defeat. A genocide is kind of just the opposite. The goal of the genocide is to exterminate the civilian population.
Yeah.
It's not collateral damage. It's not even a secondary component like in terror bombing. It's the goal. And defeating the military in a genocide is completely secondary. You're not trying to defeat the military in a genocide. You're trying to extinguish the whole population.
Yeah.
So if you take the case of Gaza, I know there are a lot of people on the left who like to say, Hamas is resisting and Hamas has put up a resistance and Israel hasn't achieved its aim. That's just fantasy. If I were to ask you, you followed events closely.
It's like Norman Finkelstein is devoted. Like his role is to try and belittle Palestinians as much as possible. I guess to make himself more valuable, or Palestinians can't speak for themselves because they're not as competent as he is, or Palestinians can't even defend themselves. They have to use peaceful approaches. Palestinians, when they do use armed resistance, apparently can't do shit. And I will give credit to Hasan Piker here because he does bring up Electronic Intifada, who, if you want coverage of the most courageous acts, Electronic Intifada does a great job at compiling them and demonstrating, Palestinian resistance in Gaza up close and personal. Where, the distinctions between a Jewish colonizer and an indigenous Palestinian is front and center.
Since October 7th. Can you name me one battle in Gaza? A battle. Have you heard of a single battle in Gaza? I haven't. I follow it every day.
Electronic Intifada does a decent job of covering some of the aesthetic on the ground resistance.
Okay, I take it back. I did not realize he called it an aesthetic resistance. Do you understand that they're both belittling Palestinian armed resistance? You know, the people risking their lives. You know, the people that were keeping Zionist hostages alive in order to achieve their goal of having a trade between hostages. You know, just referring to it as aesthetics, referring resistance, when the IOF is afraid to go into Gaza, and that's why they depend so heavily on drones and bombardment. When Yahya Sinwar is in the fucking front lines, fighting to his fucking dying breath as an aesthetic. They do not respect Palestinians in any fucking regard. Norman Finkelstein despises Palestinians, and if you do not accept that, if you do not acknowledge that, if you do not recognize that, then you're gonna get played every time by these liberal Zionist Jews, every single fucking time. As well as these slithering, insidious opportunists like Hasan Piker, nothing more than a democratic sheepdog. The way that they speak down on Palestinians who grew up in a fucking nightmare and still have the love in their hearts to risk their lives for their people and for their land, for liberation, as simply aesthetics, to dismiss them offhand while you're sitting in your multimillionaire mansion in West Hollywood, while Norman Finkelstein's biggest sacrifice was being denied tenure, and he won't shut the fuck about it. He won't shut the fuck up about it. He just can't. He can't help himself. And said he's crying about how he's been replaced and displaced by Palestinians, and he's not allowed back on democracy now. That's your fucking sacrifice. That's the cross that you were fucking put up on. Forget about Jesus Christ. Who cares about that Jew? Look at Norman Finkelstein. He's the real martyr here. Absolutely disgusting. And look, it's not the first time he's done it either. It's not the first time he's done it. Who can remind me of that when Norman Finkelstein was speaking on one of the leaders of Hamas? Was it this one or this one? I think it was this one. Maybe. Let me see. No. Hold on. Oh, I think it was this one.
I was there then. I met the head of Hamas at the time.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. Funny thing is, Fink has said Palestinians achieved some of their goals. I mean, he's always contradicting himself though. It's depending how much he feels like he has to acknowledge Palestinians' ability to fend for themselves.
I was there then. I met the head of Hamas at the time, Dr. Rantisi. He was eventually assassinated by Israel, as were all the other leaders of Hamas. I wasn't positively impressed.
I wasn't impressed by the guy that the Zionist entity decided to assassinate, who spent years in a Zionist dungeon. I wasn't impressed by them. The arrogance of this fucking white savior. And you're telling me that he's not a Zionist? You're not saying that that isn't Jewish supremacy there? Come on now.
He had spent, as they all did, I guess he spent 10 years in Israeli prison.
10 years? That's fucking nothing for a real OG like Norman Finkelstein. 10 years is nothing. Cakewalk. Unimpressive.
And I asked him, what did you do in prison? He said, I read. I said, what did you read? And he looked at me as if that were a redundant question. He said, the Quran. Well, he also said he read biographies of a couple of Israeli leaders, but
Sorry. So he spent 10 years, a decade, in a Zionist dungeon, and I think we can all agree that he was probably being tortured physically and psychologically. And so he's reading the Quran. The leader of Hamas, or one of the leaders of Hamas, a group that has succeeded in providing Palestinians with the inspiration and material results that they've, can support. And a lot of that has been very critically, whether you're comfortable with it or not, based upon the Muslim faith. That's just a reality. Whenever you see these tragic videos of Palestinians being exterminated, and you see their surviving family members, I mean, I don't know how you watch that stuff without fucking breaking down. And the thing that they're holding on to, the thing that keeps them sane, keeps them pushing forward, is their fucking faith. Is their faith. Excuse me. So to belittle that, to downplay that, to disrespect that, by a Jewish European at that, inexcusable, but unsurprising, of course.
well, he also said he read biographies of a couple of Israeli leaders, but I thought to myself, this is not the mental universe that the moment requires, that the struggle requires.
Norman Finkelstein said, this is not the mental universe that this moment, that the struggle requires. And he's not a white savior. And he's not a white savior? Please tell me how. There is no sarcasm. There is no joke. This is pure white savior delusion. And he's being glorified by Hasan Piker. Makes perfect sense.
One of the things about Nasrallah, the late leader of Hezbollah, he was a voracious reader, and he read the Israeli press every day. He knew everything that was going on in Israel.
And of course, as white people do, they pit us against each other. They compare us. Because again, we are something to be studied, right? Whether it is our physical attributes, looking at a combine or something like that, some tryouts, whether it's our intellect. We're always subjects to be studied for them and for their judgment to be passed on to us as they sit comfortably sacrificing, risking absolutely fucking nothing. But no, please go buy his new book.
Elements, but you're right. It's not like a real battle.
I believe it's fantasy.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's not just fantasy. It feeds the Israeli propaganda. Because
there you go. Highlighting what the Electronic Intifada does, highlighting Palestinian resistance, how the IOF is terrified to go in there, feeds into Zionist propaganda. You see what I'm saying? Resisting, occupation, fighting back, all it does is feed Zionist propaganda. Just lay down your weapons. Do not fight back. Show them your belly. Show them your belly. And that's how you fight Zionist propaganda. This is why I'm saying that this motherfucker has blood in his hands for pushing the so-called quote-unquote peaceful, non-violent March of Return, right? And now, I'm not being critical of Palestinians that decided to take this on and advance this and put their lives on the line for it. What I'm being critical of are these people that get to sit comfortably at home with their knees and their bodies safe and are cheering that shit on.
Because they can keep saying Hamas is not yet disarmed. We won't leave Gaza until Hamas is disarmed. And you give them a pretext. You give them an excuse to protract the genocide.
As if Hamas putting down their weapons would do what? What would it do? In Norm Finkelstein's mind, what would it do? What would it change? Would suddenly the Zionist entity be like, well, fuck, they put down their weapons. We have no more excuse. We have no more pretext. I guess we got to go now or else we're going to look like hypocrites. God forbid we do that. Makes no fucking sense. Unless, of course, you realize that Norm Finkelstein does not want the liberation of Palestine. Norman Finkelstein does not want the liberation of Palestine. What Norman Finkelstein wants, just like Peter Peinart, just like Sam Cedar, just like every other fucking liberal Zionist Jew, they want the liberalization of the Zionist project. That's what they advocate for. That's what they want. It's as simple as that. It's never been complicated when it comes to them. Prime example here.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea. I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
So he hears a decolonial slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. The entirety of the land. And he decides to go on campuses and tell the youth, whoa, whoa, whoa. Some Zionists might misinterpret this as if you're calling for the genocide of Jews in Israel, aka white genocide. So instead he says, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. And if you don't think about it too hard, you're like, well, yeah, what we want is the freedom of Palestinians. What's so bad about that? Why would I be against that? Well, what he's advocating for here is not decolonization and a free Palestine. What he's advocating for is Palestinians to have equal rights within the Zionist project, so that Palestinians will be free, but Palestine will continue to be colonized. How is this not a Zionist? I mean, the fact that Hasan Piker has him on should confirm that that's what he is, a liberal Zionist. That should be enough. But again, in his own words,
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
This is who Hasan Piker is a huge fan of, by the way. And mind you, he says amend. But another way you can say amend is compromise this slogan to include and make Zionists feel safe, Zionist colonizers. There's a reason why he doesn't cover or talk about Ghassan Kanafani. There's a reason, I'm telling you. And again, I'm not doing this thing where it's like, oh, there's only one person. There's only one individual, right? No, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, it's undeniable that this motherfucker is dodging Palestinian revolutionaries for a reason. Because he doesn't want to introduce his audience to them.
So there, I believe, that's one misunderstanding of the nature of the conflict in Gaza. And there was a second, but it just slipped my mind. It'll come back to me in a moment, I'm sure. Where I believe that you have to get the language right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get the language right. Hasan and Georgie both love this man despite hating each other. Oh, you think the guy calling for the colonization of the Inuit people of Greenland cares about indigenous people? cares about stopping imperialism and colonization. Nah, man. It's just an opportunity to make some money. It's just an opportunity to be righteous. That's all it is. It's a white savior bullshit. They don't care about anyone other than their fucking careers, their pocketbooks, the clout they can get. These are disgusting individuals, and we cannot trust these white colonizers, no matter where they reside or where, you know, they come from, whether it's the Billy the Beast or fucking Australia, you name it. Apparently even fucking Turkey.
Yeah.
To understand what happened there.
Yeah. It's always been an ethnic cleansing campaign from the Nakba onward. And even before that, you know, pogroms here and there, it was always settler colonial ambition.
I would say that there, as I say, I agree with Benny Morris.
Yeah.
The idea of transfer was inevitable.
Yeah.
Now, there were periods when they were willing to settle with confining the population, keeping, as I said, to keep as much of the land and as few of the people.
Yeah.
What made October 7th different was Israel changed its strategy. Its strategy up until October 7th was, and they're very open
Mowing
about
of the
it.
lawn.
Yeah, was mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Periodically, they'll go in and remind the natives who's in charge.
Yeah.
Or even just use Gaza as an excuse for various other goals they had. But after October 7th, they decided, now we're going to solve the Gaza question.
Yeah.
And solving the Gaza question was very clear. They were very clear about from day one. They were going to, instead of mow the lawn, they were going to extirpate. For your listeners, extirpate is the fancy word for pull out by the roots.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. I mean, why wouldn't you? What do you want? Somebody to cater to white people? Is that what you're looking for? Because you're in the wrong fucking place. So subscribe to the channel if you want something a little bit different. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Consider supporting the channel by sending super chats, super stickers, all the gifted stuff, or becoming a member. Better yet, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord, where they have the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're currently on Fanon's Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, as well as the Sunday article read along. They're going to read Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. And if you want to help support without somebody skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate y'all sincerely. Thank you so much. Let's get back to this.
They were going to extirpate every blade of grass in Gaza. And that meant including the 1.1 million children. And that was their goal. And then their means, their method of carrying out this massive ethnic cleansing, the means was genocide. It was going to intentionally target the civilian population for destruction until and unless Gaza was emptied out of its Arab population.
Can I ask you something about October 7 in particular? Because there's two different schools of thought on this, where some people have...
Hold on, chat. I forgot something very important. Tengo un poco de arroz con leche. So let me go grab that because I want to eat. I forgot I was craving that. I had some champurrado this morning con unas pan dulce. I guess now it got really popular, the conchas. Sabor a oh shit, why am I blanking out on churros or something like that? No. I don't know what the flavor is. I don't know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get something. I need a snack. I'll be right back, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Give me one sec here. Let me pull something up. Yeah, shout out to Diallo, man. The goal is to one day to be able to just, you know, flow on the mic the way that he has. Actually, I know what I should pull up. Since it was mentioned earlier, this is what I'm going to pull up here. I need to clip this out. I think it'll be a very informative clip because I didn't see anybody. I'm not here patting myself in the back, but I didn't see anybody else go through and read A Trial of Soap at the time, which was a heartbreaking read, and I hope I could finally quickly. I hope this was before I I stopped using or stopped making thumbnails for each. And it might have been. Does anyone remember how long back I covered that? Because it's unlisted, so it's a little hard to find, but I would like to pull that up for a brief moment here while I go grab a snack. A trial of soap and tears. It's a little difficult to find, but I do think it was after I started making custom thumbnails for all this. So I'll find it really quick. I am absolutely 100% stalling. Stalling, you say? Yes, absolutely stalling. Mike from PA Democrats, ContraPoints, AOC, American Myth, Zoran fights. Nope. And I guess not, man. This is a lot more recent than I thought. Or maybe it's further back. Yeah, my apologies. I thought I had this. Yeah, my bad, chat. My bad. It was right after the Mamdani dissed his wife. Yeah.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
Give me
problem?
1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe this. Oh, wow. Saturn Vista, thank you so much. Wanted to correct some misinfo last week. You said if you had COVID, you would have been on the floor or something like that. But you can have COVID infection with a variety of symptoms to any level of severity or no symptoms at all. Saturn is Fauci confirmed. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I didn't, we should still be getting tested. We should be masking. I'm definitely somebody that's failed to to act accordingly and responsible with that. Trial of soap. I mean, I'm typing in soap here and I'm not finding it. Damn. Mid-April. I mean, everything I say is half joking, which is not good. It's not good. It causes a lot of uncomfortable moments. But yeah, my bad, y'all. I gotta go. Let me go grab that. Oh yeah, found it. Right on time. Thank you so much, y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'll be right back. Chased after rather than flee. The miserable toilet was made of 4 wooden posts, wrapped in a makeshift curtain made from an old scrap of fabric to sheer you, you could see a silhouette behind it, like some obscene farce mimicking the absurdity of our lives. A blanket full of holes and splinters served as a door. Inside the concrete slab, with a hole in the middle, you need time to convince yourself to enter such a place. The stench alone seizes your eyelids and turns your stomach the moment it creeps into your nose. I thought about going to the damn distant public toilet. I hated it during the first weeks of our displacement, but it was the only one in the area where you could both relieve yourself and scrub off the dust of misery that clung to every air molecule. It infuriated me that it was wretched and run down, and the crowding only made it worse. Full of sand, soiled toilet paper, and sanitary pads scattered in every corner. My imagination recoiled from the routing of going to this woman's public toilet, about 50 meters from our tent. Should I go? I asked myself out loud. I decided to go, taking one step forward and 2 steps back. I'd ask anyone returning from the toilet, "Is there water in the tap today?" and await the answer with the eagerness of a child hoping for candy. You have to hurry before it runs out. Or more often, there isn't any. So we'd all, men, women, and children, arm ourselves with a plastic water bottle, which was a kind of public declaration. We're off to the toilet. We'd also carry a bar of soap in a box, although most people didn't bother using it since it didn't lather and was like washing your hands with a rock. I looked up and exhaled, staring into the vast gray nothingness that stared right back at me. Then I stepped out onto the sand across from our ramshackle displacement camp. Karama, Camp Dignity, though dignity itself cries out in this filthy, exhausted place, choked with chaos and a desperate scramble to moisten our veins with a drop of life. The road was empty, as it was early morning, and even the clamor of camp life lay dormant at that hour. Still, I couldn't relax my shoulders to signal my senses that we were alone, that we were safe. My fingers remained clenched over the yellow dish soap, my hand hanging at my side to keep it from spilling. I crossed the distance to the toilet, step by step, meter by meter, tent by tent, and the souls who dwelled in them, just as they were, unchanged, their curious eyes fixed on me. I passed a garbage heap, shaped like a crescent moon, overflowing with all kinds of empty food cans, food that had ruined the linings of our intestines and united us in the agonies of digestion and bowel movements. Something trickled from my palm, a thread of liquid that felt like blood dripping between my fingers, down my wrist in thickening droplets. My hand trembled and my eyes blurred. I convinced myself without looking that it was all in my head, not in my hand. Quickened my pace, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. At last, I reached the only 2 public toilets in the area, one for men and the other for women, both encased in white plastic printed with the blue UNICEF logo. Inside, I was met with the toilet chronicles, no less squalid with the toilet itself. Unparalleled chatter among women who'd waited long hours in the line together. The old women bemoaned the soft nature of our generation, insisting our condition was a moral consequence of our being spoiled. Um, this bullshit about trauma begets trauma in reference to Zionist colonizers. We went over how Kat was talking from both sides of her mouth, saying that no, I support the. That was a tough one. That was without a doubt one of the toughest reads I've done on stream. Ya saben que soy chillón. Y'all know I'm a crybaby. But that was brutal, man. And as I mentioned in that stream, like, there's levels to this shit. Like, I've had visit family when back in Mexico when they've been in really, really tough conditions, and just, you know, spending a couple days there, it makes you appreciate a lot. And you know, when I was asked by somebody who I knew since first grade and kind of drifted apart from, like, what changed, what happened with you, I was like, man, I just realized that all the suffering that I had seen my family members go through, there was a corporate. It was the US, it was capitalism, it was white supremacy, it was colonization, it was all those things. So why wouldn't I try to devote my life to combating those things to the best of my ability? Oh yeah, I'll for sure edit this out. All right, let's get back to these individuals. We have about 1 more hour, y'all. So if anyone's already seen this, it's 3 hours long. We're 47 minutes in. If anyone's seen this already, and there's a section that you want to cover, you got timestamps, please let me know. I only got about an hour left to stream. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for all the support. It's been really helpful. Sincerely. Let's get back to this. Oh. Ta-da. Unfortunately, I ran out of champurrado, so just got almond milk. Let's get back to it.
Have looked at the prior knowledge that the Israeli security forces must have had. There was obviously talks of Egypt giving a forewarning, an advance warning. Unit 8200 was surveilling Gaza. Gaza is the most surveilled territory on the planet, pretty much, an open-air prison, a concentration camp. What is your assessment on whether or not this was utilized as an opportunity where there was forewarning, there was advance warning that a military campaign could take place by the Palestinian Resistance Front, and that Benjamin Netanyahu would probably try to use this as a opportunity to create casus belli to carry out the final solution to the, I guess, Palestinian question?
I honestly, man, I think this is a disgusting fucking question. It does multiple things. It, one, paints Hamas and the Palestinian resistance forces as incompetent. And two, it paints them as accomplices. It paints them as accomplices to the genocide of Palestine. I think that's what it does. And so, you know, I'm willing to hear pushback on that. But yeah, man, it's like, I just don't understand how asking this question is productive. And it's not like, because they're going to mention 9/11 shortly, spoiler alert. I guess I made it more than I thought, 47 minutes. And 9/11 was very different, and I'll explain why further when it gets to this section. But this idea that, like, Benjamin Netanyahu is such a mastermind that he used Hamas. And we've been through the article about how, you know, this whole idea that Benjamin Netanyahu funded Hamas and that he's keeping them alive. Electronic Intifada did a great, I believe it was like a Twitter post, and then they made it into an actual article. And we've read this on stream. Yeah, here it is. But I think it's the same level of Zionist myth making and granting them like an omnipresence above all things that it's futile to resist, right? Debunking the lie that Israel created Hamas by Mujuma Haraket. And we read this, I mean, just amazing, very detailed, very, very detailed article. Should I drop this? Let me drop this in the chat, because if you haven't read this, it is worth reading, because this is a huge talking point. Not just, honestly, I don't think it's a talking point by Zionists. I think this is a huge liberal Zionist talking point. So please, read that. And again, something else I got to clip out. Somebody says, man, respectfully, fuck editing it out. Keep being your genuine self, man. That's why you got the following that you do. MMM. Thank you so much for that. But editing stuff down is just gonna help the channel grow. And ahorita está difícil, güey. It's a little hard right now, and I appreciate all the support, everybody, especially on Patreon, because that's something that I could rely upon month to month. And it's just trying to get the channel to grow, and trying to push back on these opportunists. But I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, first of all, we're going to be here for a while. And you should feel free to ask me any questions. You said you were scared, so you should overcome.
No, I'm getting more confident. I'm getting more comfortable.
You should overcome your fear and be aggressive in your questioning. And these questions, I'm sure, come up, what you just asked me, to come up with your listeners. And here's an opportunity, not for me to give the definitive answer, but certainly to give an informed opinion on the subject. First of all, let's take an analogy. Analogies are never perfect, but they serve a purpose. If you look at 9/11, there were many people in the administration who predicted Osama bin Laden would launch an attack.
Yeah.
There was one national intelligence fellow, I forgot his name, he wrote a book on the subject, where he said, I knew from day one, from the moment it happened. He said, he ran into the Oval Office and he said, it's Osama bin Laden. I know it's Osama bin Laden. He had been on their radar, and they had received warnings that something like this would happen.
The Northern Force in Afghanistan had actually tried to deliver Osama bin Laden to the United States of America for his, I think, cooperation in the previous World Trade Center bombing with Blind Sheikh, and those people were assassinated prior.
I don't recall that detail, so you'll forgive me.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you're a country like the United States and Israel, you're being bombarded with threats, possible threats, potential threats every day. And then you have to have a hierarchy, which you're going to take seriously and which you're not going to take seriously. No, when you're so saturated with racism, like people like Netanyahu and his folks, they don't believe Hamas could pull something like that off.
Yeah.
Hamas was a shooting gallery. I mean, Gaza was a shooting gallery for Israel.
Yeah.
It was, as I called it, these were high-tech killing sprees.
Am I just too sensitive? Am I just too fragile? Am I a fucking snowflake? This reminds me of, how supposedly, I don't know how true it is, but, I don't know if it's like the Rugrats kind of fan theories, but Mother Teresa, supposedly, like, the reason why she was so involved with helping people was because she got off on, like, their suffering. Like, she believed that it brought her closer to God or some shit like that. Why are you laughing, man? Why are you laughing as you're describing this? Look at this. I could go back. I went back twice, 3 times. Look.
Which you're going to take seriously and which you're not going to take seriously. No, when you're so saturated with racism, like people like Netanyahu and his folks, they don't believe Hamas could pull something like that off.
Yeah.
Hamas was a shooting gallery. I mean, Gaza was a shooting gallery for Israel. Yeah. It was, as I called it, these were high-tech killing sprees.
Because you can make the argument, no, he's laughing at the fact of how ridiculously racist Benjamin Netanyahu and his ilk are. But then he starts chuckling even more when he says, as I called it. Like saying, I coined this. Because his ego and his narcissism. But he finds that shit hilarious. They were high-tech killing sprees. So, again, if you want to make the joke or the defense of the joke that, like, oh no, he's laughing at how racist and arrogant Benjamin Netanyahu is, why does he get a giddy once again when he says, as I called it, high-tech killing sprees? It just makes no sense to me.
Which they used to launch into Gaza. The discrepancy in number killed, like 100 to 1, 200 to 1. They didn't think Hamas had the capability, the capacity to pull off something like that. So I'm sure they received reports.
I don't think Hamas thought that they had that capacity as well.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
So
They admitted it as such.
They were shocked by how easy it was.
Yeah.
You know.
So how much of that do you think is hubris, and how much of that do you think could have been maybe hubris paired up with opportunity?
Well,
So Hasan is still pushing this notion, this idea that like, oh, sure, maybe it's hubris, Norman, but maybe they knew and they just wanted to seize the moment. And again, look, like I said, you should read The Holocaust Industry. I'm not going to advocate for any other of his textbooks. I haven't read them. I have no interest in reading them. I wanted to know what a European Jew, their analysis of the Zionist project's usage of Jewish history as propaganda and justification for colonization. That's what I want to know. That's what I went to Norman Finkelstein for. And I think that's what I got, and it's a pretty decent read, and I recommend it. I don't know about his other texts. What I will say is, I'll give him credit. He pushes back on Hasan Piker's desperate need to, I don't know, have a conspiracy behind all this.
You know, there's a cliche. The cliche goes, every crisis is an opportunity. When 9/11 happened, they got together in the Situation Room. Cheney, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, and they shed 4 or 5 salty tears. And then they rubbed their palms. No, seriously.
Yeah, no.
What can we get out of it? What can we get out of it? And they then start contemplating.
Does he look nervous again? I wonder why.
If you read the accounts, they're looking at the map. Which country should we attack? Which country? A crisis is an opportunity. Now, as you know, the big opportunity for them, it started with Afghanistan, but Afghanistan was small change. They were going to go after, in their minds, it was going to be Iraq, Syria, Iran. That was what they were going to. They were going to exploit everything they could out of 9/11. And that was exactly the Israelis. It was going to be first Gaza, if the opportunity arises.
This guy has the understanding of foreign policy of like a 12-year-old. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick?
Now you want to say, yeah, at least he's making fun of this Crenshaw guy, whatever, it's funny. It's the rapey aspect of it that really exposes Hasan Piker. Oh, his real voice? Yeah, his real voice.
Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked? America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Yeah, the real voice, and also his excuse for saying this was, English is my second language. No manches, way. No manches. And again, make fun of these veterans all you want. Why do you gotta add your weird ass, degenerate, sexual, fucking predatory addiction to this? Sex tourism, all right?
This is the West Bank, and then it's going to be Hezbollah, Syria, Iran. Every crisis is an opportunity, but I don't think there's any rational point in denying it was a real crisis. And they're just not the type, because they attach such value to a Jewish life, and no value to any non-Jewish life. They're not the type that would allow
sacrificing the envelope. So that's actually really interesting.
Nah, that makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. Understand, while the Zionist entity values Jewish life more than Palestinians or more than anyone else's because it is, Jewish supremacist, it will always sacrifice Jews and Jewish colonizers, right? Jewish colonizers for its ends. It will always do that. See, settlers, colonizers, for them, for the project, it's nothing but fodder. They will use you. They'll throw you into the flames if it means that the project can survive. They will sacrifice you, and they'll replace you with other settlers, right? For the Zionist project, for any settler colonial project, they want to protect you against the indigenous, population. But at the end of the day, if your sacrifice, if your loss of life serves a project, either through propaganda or what have you, that's what they're going to do. They don't value you. The settler colonial project does not value its settlers more than its own survival. It absolutely values them more than the indigenous population, but not more than the stated mission, which is, the survival, the safety, the comfort, well-being, and expansion of the settler colonial project.
I agree with you 100% on this. My attitude on this has been part hubris and part, at most, it would be a couple people that get slaughtered as a sacrificial lamb to enact a much larger campaign of death and destruction, and this will be the casus belli. But it, of course, unfolded in a way that the Israeli security apparatus could not have predicted, that Hamas itself could not have predicted as well.
So saying, I agree with you 100%, but I still believe and will push the conspiracy theory that Benjamin Netanyahu allowed this to happen. He just didn't realize how out of hand things were going to get. So fucking preposterous and ridiculous. And what I was going to say about 9/11 too was, because, I believe in the steel beams. Here with Carl, what was it? Carswell Jones. I don't know how well you fucking coined it. It was hard to pronounce. Everything's hard to pronounce for me. Absolutely. America, George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice, Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, they all flew the planes themselves through remote control drones. Carl X. Jones here. Afro, Latino, Mexican historian telling you the truth about America and the empire and the lizards. All right? Absolutely. Every single one of them flew personally the planes themselves, did one lap around, made sure everything is in the clear for the Saudis to get in them planes and do what they know what to do since birth. Cause chaos, torment for white Christians. All right? All the victims of 9/11 were white Christians. Every single one of them. None of the cleaning staff, Puerto Rican, Hispanics, none of them showed up that day to work. Coincidence? I think not. What I sort of kind of believe about 9/11 is very much aligned with Michael Rupert. Michael Rupert was former LAPD who was somebody that helped to corroborate was it Mark Weber's claims that the CIA was smuggling cocaine and weapons into the ghettos, if you will, into the black community in order to cause chaos. And so he talked about, 9/11 and all these things. I was very young, so maybe I'm biased and still indoctrinated into that main line of thinking. But the Saudis provided George W. Bush administration with an excuse to increase the police state, militarize the police, to thank you, Gary Webb, and to start, toppling down, quote unquote, the so-called Middle East. And so I think they absolutely knew, and they had advance notice. I mean, for me, the biggest thing that never sat right with me was Dick Cheney's control of, the fighter jets that were supposed to prevent something like that, and having them do fucking war games as far away as possible. Why does the vice president take control of that? Who fucking knows? Can't explain it. But hey, maybe I'm completely wrong and misled. Do I think that they filled the building with explosives? No. I believe that they removed the defenses that could have stopped it from happening. And here we are. Now we have ICE stopping people in fucking airports for taking domestic flights. Beautiful.
And perhaps that's like the middle ground. I don't know. But that's my assessment. I'm not married to the idea either, but I don't believe that it was like pre-planned, that Benjamin Netanyahu was allowing 1,200 Israelis to be killed, with as many civilians that were killed in the process as well. The part of the reason why I bring this up is because there's some information about like the Nova Festival, adding an additional day, being so close to the border wall, and things of that nature have raised suspicions, even inside of the Israeli population as well. There have been some inquiries.
The Nova, for your listeners, was a music festival, the Supernova Music Festival.
Yeah.
And the largest number of people killed by far in the total was about 350 of the total number of those killed.
So 350 civilians of the 8. Sorry, I'm like choking the mic now. My bad. So 350 civilians of the 850 were Nova Now ravers. Now, for me, raving is a fucking war crime regardless of where you're at. So that's my position. But let's hear how Norman Finkelstein talks about them now compared to how he was crying about them earlier.
As far as it's known, Hamas didn't even know it was going to happen. They just stumbled on it, the Nova Festival. It probably, you could speculate, but it probably enraged them.
Yeah.
Right, bordering on this concentration camp, all these young people who are overwhelmingly of military age, because the Nova was young men and women, they're all having this festival. It almost feels like a taunt. And so it was very bloody.
Oh, yeah.
No question in my mind about it. But I don't think, as far as I understand, they were not knowledgeable that that festival was going to happen. I think there's a tendency on the left, and not just the left, actually across the political spectrum, to always want to see conspiracies. And I think a lot of things happen which actually, in politics and history, which can be explained. They cannot. There are all sorts of, so to speak, loose ends. I can't really explain how that happened. It doesn't.
Hold on. Is it just me or Norm Finkelstein was trying to paint Hamas and the rest of the Palestinian forces like they showed up at the Nova Now festival and just started fucking blasting? Like, is that what he's trying to do? And he's like, oh, probably one can speculate that they saw this and they were enraged and bloodlust and they just couldn't help themselves. And that's how 350 innocent Nova Now ravers were brutally gunned down. Like, come on, man. Is that what's going on? This is what he's like saying Hamas did on the Nova Now festival here.
With us today is Frank Reynolds, local business owner and a man with a harrowing story.
That's right. A few days ago, 3 thugs tried to mug me. These pieces of garbage, they don't know who the hell they're dealing with.
Excuse me. Do you think maybe you could eat that sandwich later?
I'm starving.
Let's get back to
Right,
your
so
story.
these punks,
Yes.
I don't know if they wanted money or they wanted something more sexual. But it's a lucky thing I had my pieces.
Your pieces.
My guns.
Oh.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them.
Okay.
Bang! Try to shoot them in the back. But I don't run so good either. Anyway, you guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept that responsibility.
So Norman Finkelstein's like, yeah, they just saw the kids and they started blasting. They got enraged. These Arabs, can't help it. When instead what actually happened was they arrived there and the security there and armed individuals, because colonizers be armed, started blasting. And so amongst the chaos, I'm sure some of the Palestinian resistance forces took out a couple colonizers that may or may not have been armed. Who gives a fuck? I'm not crying about it. That's not changing my opinion on anything. But to act like they just showed up blasting and it wasn't, acting in continued self-defense, and like their goal wasn't to capture and hold living colonizers in order to arrange a hostage exchange for Palestinians in dungeons, in Zionist dungeons, is ridiculous. They had a stated mission. We knew what it was. So to try and paint it as, maybe they had just had some bloodlust, maybe they were just vengeful. They saw them happy, celebrating, and said, nah, not today. Come on now. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's really unnecessary.
Change the total picture. I remember, if I can give one anecdote, there was a famous trial in the UK. It was a Holocaust denier. His name was David Irving, very prominent historian.
Deborah
and Deborah Lipstadt.
Yeah, Deborah Lipstadt.
David Irving was an extremely smart guy. I wouldn't call him brilliant, but he was definitely a competent historian. Deborah Lipstadt's just a talking cow. She's a complete imbecile.
For those of you who don't know, she was Biden's anti-Semitism czar and also a horrifyingly right-wing, genocide denier herself.
I wouldn't even dignify her with Holocaust. She's just an imbecile. In any event,
she's the one who's made the Bieber jokes and has very vociferously defended Israel's genocide.
Well, she defended. It's like talking about somebody in the Jewish nursing home in Miami defending the genocide. In any event, so there's a point in the trial. David Irving conducted the trial himself. He was the defendant. By the way, in the trial, the lawyers would not let Deborah Lipstadt speak. She was in the gag order, her own lawyers, because they knew the moment she opened her mouth, they're going to lose the case because she's a complete imbecile. In any event, there was a point in the trial where one of the leading historians in the Nazi Holocaust, his name is Christopher Browning, and David Irving presents Browning with a document. And the document seems to say the opposite of what it should say. And Irving looks at the document and he says, you're correct. It does say exactly the opposite of what I would have guessed. So Irving said, how do you explain that? And you know what Browning said? I can't. I can't. There are all sorts of things that happen which there isn't a clear explanation. But that doesn't mean the overall picture is wrong. A Nazi Holocaust did happen, even if you can't explain this or that document. And it's the same thing. I believe that what happens with conspiracy theories is they take one point here, one point there, and then inflate it to prove the whole thing could not have happened. No, the whole thing did happen, but this point and that point can't really explain it. Can't really explain it. That I believe is it's a problem with these conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the picture is pretty clear. Though I acknowledge, we should be careful about this. Not careful, cautious. Israel has never led an international human rights investigation of what happened. They've not let them in. So we're relying in significant part on testimonies which human rights organizations received over the web, in front of a computer screen, and on an Israeli information. But as I said, on what we know so far, I think the general picture is a slaughter of a significant magnitude occurred.
Yeah.
The question is...
A slaughter. It was horrific. It was tragic. It was a slaughter. Ah. I'm telling you, they reveal their sentiment and their sympathies. I've never heard a Palestinian that isn't a fucking Commodore, fucking sellout, refer to anything related to October 7th in terms of the actions that Palestinians took that day as a slaughter. Come on now. As a slaughter? I mean, that makes you sympathetic to the victims. Miss me with that shit, bro.
The question is not whether the slaughter occurred. I believe it did. It's explaining it, understanding it.
Yeah.
And that's what I tried to do in the book, to try to make sense of it.
Yeah. As far as the slaughter goes, I don't think people deny that. Or I guess maybe there are some.
No, there were quite a few.
I guess there are some people who want to operate under the boundaries of perfect victimhood in some respects, where they also think that resistance is supposed to be perfect, which is something that I've brought up over and over again, and I've actually been yelled at quite a bit by the likes of Josh Gottheimer. I've been the ADL has been after me for the past 3 years, and they've created this glossary for me as the arch anti-Semite, as they call me.
I mean, look, man, when you gotta reach to the most rabid Zionists to paint you as pro-liberation, it says a lot.
Which is laughable because I've spent my whole life combating fascism and combating anti-Semitism as well. And one of the things that they constantly go back to, and this ties into the second chapter of your book that we're going to get to in a second, is at the time I was talking to people in my audience in a relatively hostile environment where they were frustrated with me, and they were saying, like, why don't you just reflexively deny that the likelihood that rapes happened at all? And there's this moment where I respond to them and say, look, at the time, we did not have enough evidence for whether it had happened or not.
What a fucking coward, bro. He's using this moment to backpedal on the fact that he did lend credence to the lie, the Zionist fucking propaganda that mass rape happened. That's what he's saying. Emma Vigeland did the exact same fucking thing. She said, oh, well, we know that in all conflicts, there's sexual assault of women. Hasan Piker did the same thing. It's like, I'm sure some occurred. Fucking preposterous. But again, it lends a bit of a little glimmer of their true liberal Zionist sentiment. That in their minds, of course, these Palestinians would stop in the middle of their military operation to sexually assault these fucking Jewish women. Of course, they couldn't help themselves. From day one, if you were lending any fucking credence to that shit, you were aiding and abetting that Zionist propaganda. It's that simple. If you're saying that calling it a war is aiding and abetting Zionist propaganda, how is this not the fucking same?
but there was certainly evidence unfolding that there was no systematic mass rapes that had taken place at the directive of Hamas leadership. That was very clearly something that you also point to in chapter 2 of your book, where you extensively cover the ways in which the propaganda apparatus greatly overemphasizes these heinous sexual crimes that took place with very little evidence at the time to tie it back to white supremacist birth of a nation.
I mean, this is cute and all, but notice how he's concentrating on mass rape that was ordered by Hamas. He still hasn't denied that any of it occurred. None of it had occurred. If a member of Hamas or any Palestinian organization that was in collaboration that day with October 7th even fucking groped one of these Jewish colonizer women, it'd be front page on every fucking Zionist outlet.
Comparisons were made. The barbaric indigenous forces are engaging in sullying the superior
birth of a nation, and then brings up indigenous barbarians. All right, bro.
Women of the Israeli population. So I responded with, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the calculation for me at all. Whether or not they happened at the time, we didn't have enough evidence. But even if it did, it wouldn't justify genocide. And that's something that, to this day, CNN and all of these other outlets love utilizing.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But those of us on the left, socialists, communists, anarchists, not national socialists, not democratic socialists working for the fucking Democratic Party, we stop and say, why the fuck would you even grant the Zionist project any of this? Saying even if it did happen. Well, they didn't. So why are you saying even if? Why are you saying even if? No, they didn't. End of conversation. That's the reason why I always pull up the Ghanafani clip. You have to push back on the fucking questions. You have to push back on the question. You cannot allow them to push this narrative at all. You need to come back and let your audience know, the people watching, let them know, like, hey, even the question isn't a fucking attack. Even the question is an attack. It has to be combated. You don't say, oh, well, I guess if some of them happen, it still wouldn't change anything. Fuck no. You say none of them happened. None of it happened. Provide me evidence that it occurred. Because if it did, you best believe that the fucking Zionist project, you best believe that all these Christian nationalists front page on every fucking news outlet.
As a quote that they clipped out of context to say, oh, like, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. And I find that very frustrating, as a way to try to create an environment of censorship through bullying of this sort. But I really appreciated the amount of detail that you, the amount of attention you gave to the ways in which the UN commissioned these reports, specifically detailing sometimes falsehoods that were then discredited after the fact. And I want to hear your perspective on why you thought that it was important to at least take out one of the ways in which I think Western media and a lot of international organs of justice supposedly played a role in aiding and abetting the propaganda of Israel to justify Israel's genocide.
Well, that's a large question. And you're going to have to keep me on point because there are several issues that you raised. First of all, the first 2 points you made are completely correct, in my opinion. Number one, rapes could have happened.
Yeah.
People who I have high respect for, when the issue first came up,
same fucking bullshit. Yeah, they could have happened. No, they did not happen. They did not happen. Do you know how I know that they didn't happen? Because if they did, that's all we would have heard. They would have paraded that woman around fucking state to state, county to county. International fucking tour. The Zionist entity would have forced her to relive that trauma every single fucking minute of her life to push their genocide. Did we see that happen? Of course not. We saw some futile attempts, some false claims, and that's it. It did not happen. Not it could have happened. It did not happen. And yes, shout out. Amlikar says, psychic intrusion. Of course, shout out to Lara. Yep, that's exactly what it is.
I was skeptical. I was skeptical on personal grounds. Okay, I had been to Gaza. Remember, and here we can disagree. Okay, the scenes that they were describing, they were kind of like this kind of frat boy bravado, gang rapes, cutting off a woman's breast, playing touch football with a woman's breast.
Rabbi.
Yeah, you know the shit that Hasan Piker and his fucking frat guys would be more than happy to do. I mean, sex tourists after all, right?
I had been to Gaza. I knew the young men there. And the kinds of scenes that they were describing seemed to require a kind of sexual self-confidence that didn't seem to click.
What the fuck is this? Sexual self-confidence? I didn't see sexual self-confidence when I went to Gaza when I was looking at these young kids. Is that what he said? What the fuck in the Jeffrey Epstein? No wonder he's still in love with Noam Chomsky. What the fuck did I just hear, y'all? What the fuck was this?
To Gaza, I knew the young men there. And the kinds of scenes that they were describing seemed to require a kind of sexual self-confidence that didn't seem to click with the young men in Gaza.
The sexual confidence of young men to rape? To mutilate a woman's body? Nah, bro, this is fucking sick. This is what I'm saying. He's a white savior, bro. Even when trying to like defend or it's weirdo fucking creep shit like this. So you were there and in the back of your head, you were thinking about their sexual confidence? I'm telling you, they don't view us as human beings. They view us as fucking animals to observe. This is how you talk about fucking cattle. Their sexual confidence didn't click?
So from the beginning, I was a bit skeptical. But then friends of mine, I won't name them, people you know, they say, look, Norm, in times of war, crazy things happen, rape happens, sexual violence happens. No reason to assume that it didn't happen here. So like you...
That was my initial assessment as well.
So like you, I agreed on that point at the beginning. I didn't accept it, but I saw it as a plausible possibility point. So like you...
That was my initial assessment as well.
To assume that it didn't...
Look, Norm, in times of war, things get crazy.
Happen, rape happens, sexual violence happens. No reason to assume that it didn't happen here.
No reason to assume it didn't happen. Why the fuck would you assume that it did happen when no evidence has been presented? Or you just immediately jump to the conclusion that, of course, these fucking savages, they wouldn't be able to help themselves. They wouldn't be able to conduct a proper military operation without fucking, you know, literally. These are sick fucking individuals. And I think it's more telling of them than anything. I think it's more telling of where their fucking minds would be if they had the opportunity, if they were the ones holding the weapons. It makes fucking sense for a Euro-American Jew to think that way. And it makes fucking sense for a fucking American Turk to think that way. A sex tourist at that makes perfect fucking sense. And exactly. I thought you said it wasn't a war.
So, like you...
That was my initial assessment as well.
So, like you, I agreed on that point.
And Hasan jumping in, oh, I agree. That was my initial assessment. Yeah, that you view Palestinian men as fucking animals. Okay. Or that's where your mind would be if you had the opportunity to be holding the weapon. That you would risk the fucking mission to be able to go and act your sexual depravity. You know, the same one that you book a fucking flight to be a sex tourist when in college. The exact same fucking bro mentality. Fraternity shit that Norman Finkelstein was just talking about?
At the beginning, I didn't accept it, but I saw it as a plausible possibility that I had to be open to. Number two, you're absolutely correct. In the big picture, listen, we all agree killing people is worse than raping them. That should be pretty obvious. As a crime, murder ranks higher than rape. Now, some people say don't rank them. No, we always rank them. That's why we have homicide, murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, third-degree murder. We're always making hierarchies of crimes. We have misdemeanors. So if 1,200 people were killed, that's horrible enough. Why? It's not going to change the big picture if rape and sexual violence happen. It's wrong, it's terrible, but the big picture was horrible enough, which actually raised a very interesting question. The interesting question is, if it didn't happen, why did Israel make that their litmus test? That's where they laid down, they threw down the gauntlet. You had to agree that sexual violence, including rape, happened, or you became the equivalent of a Holocaust denier. And it was an interesting question. Why did you make that your red line? There were so many other red lines, killing children, and all sorts of other, pretty terrible things that happened October 7th. Why did they make that the red line? And that brings us to the next question. Why did they make a red line of something that didn't happen? That to me is a point of reflection. If you look at the record, and I've gone through it as closely as possible, if you look at the record, what do we know? Let's start with the basics. There's no forensic evidence of rape. Now, Israel had a plausible explanation of that. The plausible explanation was they weren't prepared for a crime of this magnitude, 1,200 corpses. And so they processed the bodies very quickly to prepare for the ritual death, the ritual burying, okay? They didn't preserve any bodily fluids and any other signs that a rape had occurred. I don't know if it's true or not, but I would say it's certainly plausible. So
why are you granting a genocidal settler colonial project that much grace that it's plausible? Why? What is your objective? How is that constructive to anything?
I was willing to set aside the absence of any forensic evidence of rape. So now you have no forensic.
Hold on, this is the guy that was complaining about woke culture, about woke politics, and you're over here willing to accept claims of rape without any evidence? How does that make any fucking sense?
Evidence of rape, that's going to leave, for material evidence, we'll leave witnesses aside for a moment. Material evidence, there's no, what Pramila Patten, who was the UN Special Envoy, she says very late in her report, she says, no medical legal evidence of rape. And then that brings us to the second material evidence of rape, and that is digital evidence. Now, digital evidence is a very interesting case. So listen up. The most recent report that came out by an Israeli, Dr. Elkayam Levy, she says we have 10.
The way this motherfucker can just name Jewish fucking Zionists after Jewish fucking Zionists with no hesitation, just right there. But ask him to name a Palestinian and all he's got is Edward Said.
1,000 photographs and digital segments from October 7th. 10,000. She also says it would take 1,800 hours to go through all of that digital and photographic evidence from October 7th. Now, if you do the simple calculation, which I did, and I was going over it in my mind last night to make sure for your show I don't get it wrong. You know, if you were a single researcher and you were working 8 hours a day, every day of the week, including weekends, do you know how long it would take you to go through all of that digital evidence?
How long?
More than 7 months. And it was a very confined area. It was the Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as a first approximation, you could say, not much could have escaped the collective lens of 10,000 photographs and digital segments,
including GoPro camera footage from the militants themselves.
We're going to go through CCTV, traffic cameras.
I'm done, y'all. I'm done. This is fucking embarrassing. Let's see this here. This is fucking embarrassing, bro. Like, do you need to do all this shit when they provided no evidence?
There's no systemic anti-Semitism in the United States
Quite
of America
the contrary.
currently.
On the contrary, if you're applying for a law firm, if you're applying to work in a hospital, if you're applying to teach, the system is rigged in your favor. That you know, you apply to a law firm right now, and if you're Jewish, it helps. It's a plus. So if anything, Jews benefit from a privileged position.
Yeah, and
or housing.
Jews are specifically Ashkenazi Jews in America, which is most of the Jewish people in America, are under the banner of white. Like no one.
I think white plus.
Yeah. Well,
if you ask me, if you
white plus.
Yeah, it's true. If you go into a job interview, so
what I will say about the white plus is it tracks and makes sense depending how racist the white people who aren't Jewish are there. Right? And it depends what type of race it is. They might be like, well, we need a Jew here. Or they're like, nah, man, we only do Christian, you know, non-Jews. Christian, you know, Anglo-Saxon shit. But in terms of like Jews watching out for other Jews and hiring them, it absolutely is white plus.
Like no one.
I think white plus.
Yeah.
Well, if you ask me, if you
white plus.
Yeah, it's true. If you go into a job interview, so if you walk into a job interview and you're black, okay, you have to prove that you're smart because the default setting is you're stupid. If you're Jewish,
you're sounding kind of woke here.
No, well, I think that part is true. If you're Jewish and you walk into a job interview, you have to prove you're stupid because the default setting is you're smart. And you know what? On top of that,
Aiden Ross is doing a good job of changing that.
Most of the time, your interviewers are Jewish. If you're, let's say, you're applying for an Ivy League school, your interviewer is going to be quite a significant amount of the time is going to be Jewish, you know? So I recognize that. I think far from being a liability, it's a plus.
Is that a thing? I've never heard this stereotype before. That college interviewers are Jewish? Oh. Hold on, give me one sec here. Let me pull up some other stuff. Just a couple things quickly to speed run this here. Oh yeah, supposedly this was really funny. Let me see.
On November 17th, 2025, the UN Security Council proceeded to give the deed of Gaza to that ape in the White House, Donald J. Trump. They gave him the deed to Gaza. I mean, it's just, when you read that, you know, once again, I'm walking the streets. What just happened here? He got the deed to Gaza. Do you know, according to their setup,
and it's this fake kind of like, oh, I'm gonna pretend not to laugh. I'm gonna pretend not to find this funny, guys. He said the R word. It's comical when you hear people claim to be anti-fascist use eugenic language like that. And it's like, oh my gosh, bro, it's so fucking performative of Hasan to be like, oh, he used the R word. Bro, we've heard you use it when you get upset. Why are you pretending that you don't use it privately? Same way you probably use the fucking N-word privately since you defended its private use before. Let me find one more clip here. There's a couple other ones. Here we go.
If you resent the power that Jews use, is it anti-Semitism? I can't see that it is, because of the problem that every definition incorporates some notion that it's irrational. There's nothing irrational about that resentment. And that's, you say it's hard to fight anti-Semitism. I think the problem is even bigger. The problem is it even anti-Semitism? When an ethnic group uses its financial and its political clout in order to further a Jewish supremacist agenda, is that anti-Semitism? I don't think it is.
So here's where you and I differ on this issue. I am reminded, and I used to use this all the time, of the March 1919 speech that Lenin delivered on.
Can this would just let Lenin fucking rest in peace? Is that too much to ask? Like, just keep citing and quoting Bernie Sanders? Keep glorifying that fucking Zionist? Just do that, please.
On anti-Semitic pogroms.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is something that you will agree with me on as well, which is that the socialist, communist, Marxist interpretation revolves around class struggle, and that the obvious scapegoat, the scapegoating of any kind of ethnic minority, in this circumstance being Jews, is a very commonly deployed trope, a commonly deployed tactic, and that no group of people are monolithic. And I think you also agree with me on that as well. And that my understanding always has been, or the way that I talk about these.
Hold on, but when it comes to Zionism and Jews, it is a monolith. What are we doing here?
These issues always is revolved around the notion that if organized Jewry was this monolithic force, in the way that many Jewish Zionist Americans in key positions of power try to present it as, utilizing the vague interpretation of Zionism, or even saying Israel's a Jewish state, Israel has to remain a Jewish state, Israel has demographic concerns. Why should we care about that? We don't care about that with any other country. As a matter of fact, when Nick Fuentes says we have demographic concerns, or when Tucker Carlson says we have demographic concerns here in America, we understand that as white supremacy. We understand that as white nationalism, and we find it abhorrent.
Totally agree.
So why is there this distinction? The way I approach this issue is, if there was this monolithic understanding, there would not be such a gigantic generational divide, and there wouldn't.
Whoa. Who invited Little Bill? Why is Little Bill doing whiteface, or I guess Turk face over here? What giant generational divide? What the fuck?
Be billions of dollars invested in ensuring that young American Jews, young Jews in Europe, are indoctrinated into this false understanding.
If you
and look, Norm is guilty of this as well. Norm was fucking like, I was gonna say glazing. To be honest with you, I was gonna say glazing. You know, JVP. Norm was like, all these young Jewish individuals risking their lives by stopping traffic in the subway. I'm so proud of them being Jewish. I just it's so amazing what JVP is doing. Norm is guilty of the same fucking thing. So let's hear his defense now.
Standing this false notion
listen,
that, you know,
Hasan, Mr. Piker. Of course, what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
I have a credo. It's my own little credo. Never quarrel with facts.
Of course, what you're saying is true. These young Jewish brave soldiers are so much stronger than my generation's Jewish people. No, they're fucking not. They're liberal Zionists that are afraid how their friends are going to judge them, so they're out there fucking protesting for a what? A two-state solution? No, it's no longer in fad. What are they protesting for? A democratic state? For colonizer and colonized to live together peacefully. Oh, how fucking brave. It took me a minute, but the voice is out. The fuck, man. Come on now. Ay, ay, ay. Where even are we? Jeez, bro. Come on.
What you're saying is true. Okay? And we have to start with that.
Yeah.
The problem is this. If there's a significant number of people carrying on in this way, is it really irrational? And as I said, a part of a core
Well, that part I don't disagree with you
core
on.
definition of anti-Semitism that's supposed to be irrational. Is it really irrational if people make a leap
Yeah,
and
no.
say the way Jews are carrying on is completely outrageous? Does that
Wait, did the drop not play? Bruh.
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. You know, like somewhere in the middle. Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Thank you for that, Georgie. No, sometimes for whatever reason, OBS like will not play the drops, but allow me to control everything else through the stream deck.
really shock the conscience when people reach that conclusion? Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people. So is it so shocking if people conclude that when Israel carries on this way, it's acting...
And its defenders say that they're doing this at the behest of Judaism.
At the behest of the Jewish people? Is that such a shocking conclusion?
They're missing one thing. They're missing one angle here that Norman will not talk about because he doesn't want to be held accountable. That Latham always brings up. Let's see if they touch on it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And I don't really, at some level, I don't really quarrel with people who reach the wrong conclusion.
The missing aspect of that is not only that the Zionist project calls itself a Jewish state. It's not only that its advocates call it the Jewish state. It is that the so-called anti-Zionist Jews do not combat the Zionist state. Not simply push back on the propaganda and say, no, it's not. No, it's not. You do not in my name. It's not just that. All right. It's the fact that they're not proactively resisting the entity that claims to represent them and that it will grant them safety, prosperity, and security. That's the fucking problem. That they're ignoring out of convenience. It's all about responsibility. It's all about accountability. And these colonizers cannot help themselves. They just can't. It was the first time we spent 4 hours on one fucking subject. And of course, I mean, that interview would have been an hour and 50 minutes, or an hour and 30 minutes if it wasn't for Norman Finkelstein talking so slow. Do me a favor, y'all, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell so you know when I go live. If you want to help support the channel, think about becoming a member on Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Check out the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. They also have the Sunday articles. They're going to check out Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. If you want to help support without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. Any and all help, truly, truly, sincerely, is appreciated. Thank you so much. Next week is when the new afternoon streams start. Fridays and Saturdays will still be probably starting at 2 p.m. West Coast time. But as for Wednesdays and Thursdays, Wednesday's still up in the air, but for sure Thursdays is going to be 5 p.m. So it's going to be a late night stream for sure. To the West Coast people, you know, you'll probably be getting off work or something like that at 5 p.m. It might be a little bit more reasonable, but to my East Coast people, all jokes aside, I apologize, but that'll be for Thursdays for sure. I gotta get I gotta get used to the new schedule. I'm gonna be working more hours. It is what it is. But I appreciate all the support sincerely. I'm not gonna stop doing this. I'm gonna work harder on the edits and the scripted stuff. I appreciate y'all. Tomorrow I'll definitely be trying to wrap up the Grand Planner video. This is part 2 of it, and just put it out there. I appreciate y'all. As always, remember what Glenn Ford said: organize with eyes wide open. As well as we wrap up with John Trudell. The beast. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Ya estuvo.